Hello, and welcome to the Party Dungeon. This is Dungeon Party. As always, I'm your DM, Blake Peebles, and here is some of your cast. In fact, more of your cast than you are used to. What's up? We're in our final week of small groups, probably, unless something goes horribly wrong today. And yeah, how's it going? How are the three of you? As though we haven't been talking for a while.
I'm pretty sure I'm coming down with a cold.
Oh,
so.
After your cool vacation?
Yeah, but now we're having an imaginary vacation.
Nick's here? Oh my god. Is it because I made fun of him for not watching Bright Futures last time we streamed? Yeah, what's up? We're playing D&D. Welcome, Nick. Welcome, Peeves. Welcome, Michael. Hello from the other room. Yeah, so this is our last week of vacation stuff. We've seen what happened to Turn and to Tether. Now we'll see what happens to the rest of them. Welcome, Phoenix. I did shame Nick for not watching. Anyway, yeah. Does anybody have any announcements before we start?
It's time for another round of What's Chelsea Playing? And this time, it's interactive.
What?
All right, I'm gonna have you guys guess what I'm playing. Phoenix can't play.
Okay. Wait, do we get to play? Us in the call?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, it's... No, Phoenix, I can't. Stop it. Alright, it's a game, it's got combat, it's got puzzles, it's got adventure, it's got a combat system that isn't too hard for me, but isn't just pressing the square button. It's also on the PS4.
I was gonna say Skyrim, but it can't be that.
I was gonna say Skyward Sword HD, but PS4 can't be that.
Death's Door.
PS4.
Death's Door is now the PS4.
Who's in it, you ask?
Yes, I do ask.
Travis Willingham, Laura Bailey, that narrows it down. Matthew Mercer, I just ran into him as a little side character.
Pillars of Eternity?
It does not narrow it down at all.
Matt Mercer being in a game does not narrow it down.
Mr. Mercer's everywhere.
It is not Lego.
Is it a D&D game?
No.
Is it Pillars of Eternity?
No.
Is it Divinity Original Sin 2?
No. It is.
The Surge.
I'm pretty sure it's exclusively only PS4, and came out in 2018.
I have no idea. Puzzles, action, adventure.
All right, we'll let. Unless I'll give you a few more seconds.
Ooh, Pajama Sam. That's
Pajama
a good
Sam,
guess.
that's a good guess.
It's pajamas now.
Which Pajama Sam?
Oh, what else does it got?
Yeah.
It's got skill trees. It's
Well,
got
what
upgrades
doesn't?
that I don't ignore. It's got leveling up.
What's like the genre, would you say?
That'll give it away so fast.
Nick thinks it's the
One
Surge.
game in the genre?
Nick
No.
thinks it's the Surge. Is it the Surge?
No. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you win.
Got swinging through New York. It's
Spider-Man! No, it's Spider-Man!
Spider-Man.
Also, coming at you, Marvel. Do it like this every single damn time.
It's good.
Stop being idiots.
It's a good game, from what I've
It
heard.
is so good.
Are you saying you're not excited for Square Enix's Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy?
I heard you can only play as Star-Lord.
Yeah.
The other characters just move.
What
You
is
just
the
press a button
point?
and they do a thing.
It's so dumb.
You can
Are they
play as the
using the
least
same-
interesting character of the team.
Yeah. Are they using the same engine? Is it the same people who did the Avengers movie? Because that was not movie.
The Avengers game.
No, it's the same developers that did the Deus Ex, the newer Deus Ex
No,
games.
no, I thought it was the guys who did the Avengers.
No.
Is it not Crystal Dynamics?
No, it's Eidos Montreal.
Eidos Montreal.
Oh, Eidos Montreal.
Well,
They went.
I've wanted to play that game for a while, Chelsea, so you'll have to give me your review when you're done-ish with it.
Here's my review. It's awesome.
Cool.
The sign of a good game is when, like, a boss fight can fucking kill me 15 times and I don't get too mad at it.
Fair enough. I'm bad at video
like
games, so that sounds good. Because, like, I also get too mad and stop playing games. Hooba Sneepa. Get out of here, Sean. All right. Well, without further ado, my favorite bit that I've been missing these past couple of weeks finally returns. I guess I don't have any announcements myself personally. I guess let's do it. Let's play D&D, right? Unless anybody else, y'all good? Okay.
Yeah.
I got a new dice box that's shaped like a die.
Oh, that's fun.
That's about as interesting as I have for news.
That's pretty cool. I like that. All right, I'm gonna do a little recap. If you don't want to know what happened, those of you in the call, don't listen. After 2 interesting weeks, one where Turn got fucked in the jungle, and one where Tether actually really, really well pulled off a heist and created a zombie for the very first time on accident. We are going to jump back in time a couple of weeks at this point to, once again, that sweet, sweet day. The students finished their exam and were told they had some time off. You were expected back Monday, the 11th of Sithmar, but until then, you were free to do whatever. You spend the night in camping once again outside the tower before the next day returning to Hethus. It's a Thursday. You return to Hethus, teleport back to the Ash Grove way station, and you are free to go where you want. Turn pretty quickly goes over to talk to Brahm. He seems to be doing his own thing, and Tether also begins to wander away from the group. What do the rest of you do? You're in the Ash Grove way station.
I'm assuming this is after I offered my home.
Do you want to? You can offer your home. We can RP that.
I offer my home.
Cool RP. Hey, cool RP, Chelsea.
Yeah. What if we did an entire episode?
Dude, you
like that?
better RP this
I offer my
episode.
home. It's like, I accept. My character accepts.
Please don't do that this episode. I need RP from you guys this episode.
No RP.
After one-on-one-ing for the past 2 weeks, I'm gonna need you guys to RP with each other. Yeah, Tether says thank you very much, but she has prior plans and she wanders away. Yeah.
Okay.
This is spooky music and it shouldn't be. And this is the wrong music as well. There we go. So yeah, Una's offered her home. Is anybody taking her up on it? Are we gonna?
I really hope so.
It's like pulling teeth, guys. What's going on?
Sorry, I'm still trying to get D&D Beyond up.
You're fine.
Suppose I have nowhere better to go, so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anywhere else to go. Let's do it.
Not that visiting your home is like a last resort or like.
Oh yeah, no, not like that, but like, I mean,
It's not that great. I feel like I hyped it up a lot in the RP that didn't happen, but it's a nice town. It's definitely different from the Feywild.
I mean, are we gonna get murdered by giant eels or rock creatures or a chimera or something in another dimension that I still am having trouble figuring out, or birds,
not.
or
Hopefully not, but if you bring destruction to my hometown, I will kill you if it doesn't kill us first. That was a joke, mostly.
I was gonna say, given our track record, I feel like there's
Just be very mad.
no small chance that could happen.
and maybe we shouldn't go because like we do kind of bring destruction everywhere we go.
But it's just the 3 of us, so
True, the
maybe
chances
it's
of destruction are reduced.
That's true. We're looking at only maybe 60% of the destruction we normally have.
That's manageable.
oh,
Sweet.
all right.
So-
I will not let my parents know because there's no way to tell them.
Fair enough. So,
They knew I was coming.
you know that Helvast doesn't have a way station. It's not a big enough city for it. But there is a city, probably about half half a day's journey by carriage away from Helvast to the north called Duel. And that's where you teleported to when you came here, so that's sort of the easiest way to get back. You also know that your fee is not going to be covered by the school for vacation, so you will have to pay it. It's 25 gold pieces each to get to Duel. But yeah, you're welcome to go if you'd like. As you go and you pay your fees and you go into the teleportation room, an old dwarf who you recognize from the way station from your times teleporting in and out does approach you guys and say, I have a letter for one Sean D. Silvereyes.
Oh, yes.
I believe that is you, yes. And he hands you it, and you pull up the letter, and it is stamped with the seal of House Resk.
Oh, man.
I said it every other session. You knew it was coming. So you have that. You can read it if you'd like. You can not. Up to you.
I'll wait until I have a quiet moment.
Cool.
We can look away if you... Do we see that it's a letter from Resk?
I don't know. I mean, he looks at it for a moment. The dwarf sort of hobbles away without another word, but...
Everything okay, Sean D? Good?
Well, likely not, but we'll save this for a quiet time.
Put it on the list. Sean D's letter.
I mean, it does...
I know you have a travel version of the list, Una. Don't pretend you don't have a portable version in triplicate.
Triplicate.
I mean, yes, I do. I'm just, like, maybe we should have Shandi's consent for putting it on the list, you know?
Well, let's wait until I read it, and then we can
Okay.
decide whether it belongs on the list or not. Though something tells me it's not a friendly letter.
All right. So you guys heading to Duel? Great.
It's
So
time to duel.
I knew you were gonna say that. All right. You cough up the 25 gold pieces required, and you make your way through into the way station. Teleport your way on through, and the second you're there, you are hit with some heat. It was getting pretty cold over in Kelshar and where you were before, as it is about to be the month of winter. But here it's warm, summery even. The travel cloaks that Brahm gave you are suddenly too hot, and you have to take them off. And Una, you know, as well as probably Shandi and Septin, you might, I don't know how much you've been studying geography, but you know that that's because you're currently on the Ifrit coast, a place governed by the elemental plane of fire. You know how Zymor was created by a bunch of millions of portals to the elemental planes opening up at the same time? Well, this is where the elemental planes of fire opened up, here on the Ifrit coast. So it's pretty warm standardly here, and that's unsurprising. Also, you know, the place that Kelshar and Hagen are in is the Denovan Valleys. That's the elemental plane of Earth, which is why there's mountains and hills all over the place. Anyway, but yeah, you head on out from the way station. You find yourself in the city of Duel, a city of light clay buildings with terracotta roofs surrounded by dry fields. Una, you know from there, you know the direction to go. You've been here many times. There's two ways to get there. You could walk, take about a day, or you could get a carriage service. Townies of Helvast call these the whale wagons derogatorily, because that's where all the rich tourists drive in on to go to Coastal Pass, the beach town. But it's pretty cheap, 5 gold per passenger, and it's a leisurely trip down to Helvast, so up to you.
So, I don't normally go this way, but we could take the whale wagons. I just really want to get home, but I will have my hood up because I don't want to be seen on one. It's not a bad thing. It's just a very touristy thing. And it's weird. For me, not for you guys.
Are we tourists?
You guys, I guess you're more guests. But Would you rather walk a day?
Well, you could, you know some shortcuts. You could probably make it less than a full day.
What time is it right now?
It's early. It's like 11 a.m.
Or I have been reminded I might know a faster route. I just remembered that.
You could make it by like late afternoon, probably, if you walk.
What do you think,
you'd make
Shanti?
it quicker. But...
Are we walking and not embarrassing Una, or are we riding in style?
Well, what kind of amenities do the whale wagons have?
They actually have a free drink service, as well as a tour guide who points out things on your way.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Oh, we're riding the whale wagon.
Una, I'll cover your fee if you'd like.
Okay, sure. You're offering.
Great.
Hood goes up.
Yeah.
Have a hood now.
Thank you for the 8 months of subbage, Ariel. Appreciate it. Welcome to the beach episode. Sorry, what's up?
Septin is gonna spend as much of the ride as he can, just like getting behind Una and pulling her hood down. Just like...
Okay, it's like it's one thing to just be annoying, but like.
What are you so worried about? This is nice.
I don't want kids from school to see me.
We're kids from school.
My other school. Like, I went to school before Hagen.
Oh. Can't really relate.
Yeah, it's like... So, we're kind of one group. At normal school, there's lots of groups. And most of the cooler groups did not like me. For no reason.
I think Una's embarrassed of us.
No.
Meanwhile, Shanti's been handed I rode the whale wagon visor.
I have a little flag. That
Yeah. Sipping a Shirley Temple out of
This
straw.
free drink service, are we like getting sloshed? What's
No,
going
it's
on
not.
here?
It's not alcoholic. It's like sodas on a plane.
The whale wagon's like one of those city cruiser tours where everybody's pedaling.
The beer and brew, yeah.
Oh,
It's pretty much a duck tour, yeah.
a duck tour.
And like maybe it'll be fine. Maybe them seeing me with two cooler people. I kind of It could go either way. What time of day is it?
At this point, it's probably about noon.
Okay, is it a school day?
Yeah, it's Thursday.
Okay, then maybe. Hey, but maybe they won't even be there. It's fine.
Yeah, you keep anything anybody wants to do while riding the frickin' whale wagon, baby.
Just enjoying the ride.
It's nice, man. It's like it's not bumpy. It's a smooth ride. The tour guide is a very charismatic Fire Genasi. She keeps pointing out different sites as you pass. There is free merch that you can take home, little goodie bags, and bottomless soda, more or less. It's pretty good. It's you guys, a family of dwarves with like way too much sunscreen on, and several individuals who seem to be like very wealthy and trying to keep a low profile on the whale wagon. About halfway there, you hear a familiar whistle, Una, from off the road. And you can see standing on the side of the road, waving at you, like halfway between Duel and Helvast, somehow they knew you were coming, are two individuals. They're both dressed like pirates, weirdly enough, but they have like these masks that they had on, but they've pulled up to their head. One of them, tall but gangly but well-built man with a tuft of curly orange hair, and a slightly shorter but muscular woman with blue skin and black hair cut shoulder length as it begins to ombre to a light blue. sort of waving at you. The tall one goes, "Whoa, private school's riding the whale wagon." And the other one says, "You've changed. You've changed, Una. You've changed."
I jump out immediately and go hug them, even though they're being mean. But
The whale wagon keeps going. The tour guide's like, well, looks like we have some locals. Wave hi, everyone. So you run up. Hogarth and Willow are there. Hogarth's bright, happy, crooked in a charming way face, and Willow's more reserved, severe eyebrows over cautious eyes, a septum piercing tipped with miniature skulls and both pointed ears, stylishly pierced with multiple rings running up their length. They both, at the same time, give you a big ol' hug. Hogarth,
like one of those where it's two tall people.
Yeah, well, they like sort of reach down. Hogarth sort of picks both of you up. And was like, put me down, asshole, put me down. He's like, nuh-uh. Waves you around a little bit, and then eventually puts you all down and tousles your hair in that way he always used to do. He's like, what? Your dad said you arrived at the dual way station. He's paying someone up there to make sure whenever you come home, he'll know. He said you showed up, so we thought we'd come, pretend to be pirates and attack you on the road. But you were taking a whale wagon, so...
Yeah. Oh, wait, my other...
Yeah, it's the whale wagon. It's not going quickly, but they're still on it.
We can meet them there.
All right.
How are you guys?
We're good. Yeah, we're pretty good. How many of your friends did you bring? Private school?
Just two.
Okay.
The two more normal, if you can believe. The other two are great. But oh my gosh, do I have stories? That's not a burn.
I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I'm
Hey,
flattered.
check! And then he pulls out his hand. You can see it's like super bandaged up, like bruised. One of his fingers is bent weird. Check this out. Your dad did this.
What? I at first looked at Willow, thinking she did it to him.
Yeah.
Why?
Willow's like, okay, that's a misleading way to say that, Hogarth. We're, at Brinefront, we're under our specialization classes here, so we're being tutored by different, members of the community. We both chose theatrics or working as interns with your parents. Hogarth's actually in their current show.
I'm so sorry.
Nah, it's awesome. I hurt my hand doing stage combat. It was rad. The other guy quit. He quit the show because he felt so bad about hurting me. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but,
Who taught you stage combat?
Your mom.
Okay. Your mom taught you stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty cool though. I get to play. It's a pretty cool role. I didn't expect to be able to be on stage, but I guess your dad thought I'd be good for the part, so here we are. And Will's like,
at least
and I'm working
he's got
backstage.
someone willing.
Yeah. I'm working backstage, taking up your old slack now that you're not around anymore.
I'd like to be sorry, but I'm not.
You got out. Good for you. Still stuck at Brinefront, but I guess we're technically playing hooky. So, tell us all about it while we walk on back. Hope your friends are okay when they get to town.
Yeah. Oh, fine. Oh. How far ahead is it?
Like they're crossing the horizon at this point. They're a little ways. You could probably catch up if you ran, but they're pretty far away.
You can see Shandi's flag waving out there.
Septin and Shandi can have time to run around town before Una gets there.
You absolutely will, yeah.
Gosh, no, it's just pure. She's so happy to see them. She's kind of forgotten. But maybe they'll jog a bit. A bit. Willow will throw me on her back.
Yeah, honestly, Willow picks you up and starts running, and Hogarth's like, we gotta run, and then starts running after you. But you do eventually catch up to the whale wagon, and do you try to hop in?
No, I'm gonna stay by the side to be like my cool townie friends. On the way, I'll tell them mostly just the school stuff.
Cool. I assume you're gonna leave out the deaths and the being attacked all the time and whatnot. Hogarth is really bummed he doesn't get to meet the Mushroom Girl. And he keeps saying, next time you better bring the Mushroom Girl back.
I invited her. I thought she, of all people, would have come with me, but I mean, she had other things to do. But
Cool.
I'll tell her you said that.
Yeah,
I
you
think
better.
she'll
She sounds rad.
appreciate that.
I've never met a Mushroom Girl before. Whew.
Me neither. I mean, yeah.
Well, now you live with one.
Oh yeah, I tell them about our room as well.
Willow's like, blink twice if you need to be rescued from this program.
I'll let you know.
Okay. By the time you catch up to the wagon, Shandi and Septin are there if you want to introduce them. Hogarth's gonna be like, "What's up, bros? I'm Hogarth."
Yeah. Sorry for running off. These are my two best friends from normal school.
So you look down and you see a water genasi, looks tough, and you look down and you see not Eladrin Septin, pretty much. Yeah. What's up, I'm Hogarth. This is Willow.
Tiefling turn.
Leaning on the window racistly. Greetings.
Willow stops in her place as you say greetings, and she turns to you and says, "Did he just say greetings? Did this man just say greetings?"
He's the sane one though.
Una, can I? Una, I want to bully him.
In her head, I'm gonna be like, he keeps me so sane. Otherwise, I would leave.
Greetings. I'm Willow. What's your name? Mr.
Sorry.
Greetings?
He was sipping on it. He was straw in mouth. You can call me Shandi, and this here is Septin.
Oh.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Una, I'm gonna bully him. Hogarth's like, you guys seem pretty chill. Welcome to, almost Hellvest. Yeah, this sucks. And he's just gonna, hop up into the wagon. And the fire giant's gonna be like, if you haven't paid it, he's like, I'll pay you when we get there. It's fine. Don't worry about it. She's like, okay. And Willow really begrudgingly gets up and steps in the wagon as well. And, you're welcome to. Hogarth reaches his arm down to pull you in if you want to get back in, Una.
Yeah, I'll get back in.
Yeah, the rest of the ride is, nice. Hogarth gets really into. He's never taken one of these before, but he gets really. He starts asking questions of the tour guide. He's having a great time. Willow's just sort of sitting, looking out the window, asking you questions about how things have been going. Yeah, but eventually, before too long, Hellvest comes into view over a crest in the hills. Hellvest is a large town, not quite a city, though. It finds itself on the Afrique coast and is indeed built across a small saltwater inlet known locally as Old Spout for its tendency to spout upwards on occasion at high tide. The west side of town, built on the rocky shore of the mainland, is where most of the folks that actually live here hail from, like you included, Una. The eastern side of the town, known as Coastal Pass, is connected to the west through a series of boardwalks and wooden structures, and it's built atop a large peninsula that slowly slopes down into a pretty nice sandy beachfront. You know that the folks who live in the mainland sort of disdainfully look upon the tourists, but, don't hate them because a good deal of the town's income relies on them, particularly the entertainment industry of the town, which is made up entirely of Notwise novelties and an orchestra sea-song symphonies that both operate out of the old theater on the south side of the town known as the Olmark. Doesn't hurt this region of the empire. The Afrique coast is temperate all year round because of an unstable rift to the plane of fire, but whatever. Ultimately, life moves pretty slow in Hellfast. There's some exciting moments here and there. Esophagean attack, which have mysteriously calmed down as of late. A mysterious voice in everyone's heads. A traveling circus that ended up being werewolves, etc. But for the most part, it's pretty calm. But yeah, you arrive into town and hop out of the whale wagon, part ways. Hogarth does pay for him and Willow's fare. Willow refuses, but Hogarth knew she was going to, so he did it anyway. They hop out and say, well, you know what? Welcome back. We've got doesn't check his watch because those don't exist. We probably got to head to our job. We're working down on the beach selling selling sweets to tourists is our winter job. So, when you get the chance, come down, make us not want to kill ourselves.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah. And we'll probably stop by tonight at your house because...
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you guys, you're always welcome, so.
It's good to see you, Una. Wait, how long are you staying?
How long am I staying?
Well, you have until the 11th of Sithmar, so you have a little over 2 weeks.
Una's plan was to stay the whole 2 weeks, but
Cool.
I'll be here all holiday.
Sweet!
2 weeks, and then I don't know about you guys. I guess we didn't really talk about that.
No, we can hang out. It'll be fun. Guys, we need embarrassing stories on Una, alright? If you got any, you gotta give them.
I've got plenty. Alright, well, see you guys later. And he's gonna head off. And Will's gonna say, see you, Una, and give you a hug. And say, salutations to you, Shandi, with a little bow, and then leave.
Una, your friends are so polite.
But yeah, you're in the middle of Hellfest. Anywhere you want to go in particular? Just want to head home?
Well, Una, give us the tour.
I'll give them a little tour, honestly. She's
Sure.
got some, as embarrassed as she is, most of the time, she is quite proud of her teeny hometown.
I mean, and
Now knowing that nobody else has had that experience in the group. So
Yeah.
I'll give them.
you can show them around. I mean, feel free to throw in any details that you want. Hellfest is it's your town, so I've told you what I know. Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm gonna. Is the place where my parents now perform? Is that where they performed originally in my backstory? Where I caused some trouble?
Yeah, it's the same place. It's the Allmark.
Okay.
It's really the only theater in town.
Okay, so I'm not trying to avoid anywhere then.
Um,
If I see any noblemen passing by that maybe had a run-in with, I will hide behind one of my tall friends.
Totally, yeah. People are out and about. It's tourist season is just starting, as the rest of the world gets colder, people are starting to show up here. So it's hustle. Even in the main part of the city, it's pretty hustling and bustling. You can only imagine what it's like over in Coastal Pass right now.
We'll start playing a little game where Una tells them how to spot the tourists.
And it's not
Tell
hard.
the one wearing the whale wagon visor.
Got the visor on.
Just describing Septin and Shandi as they walk around.
Anyone with yep, and stay away from the drink carts. Oh, nope, yep.
It's got-
All the umbrellas. Yep. Okay.
Man, you show them around. It's good. It's good to see this place after bit of a rough first half of the term. It's good to be back somewhere calm, somewhere you're familiar with. And it's cool to show your new friends stuff, too. I mean, you can show them all your old hangouts. You probably avoid Brinefront. Don't want to go to your old high school, probably. Might be a little uncomfortable. Not too hard to avoid. Especially since school is out. You definitely see some people you recognize, and they sort of look over at you, but no one you know well enough to engage with you. Maybe you get a nod here or there, but nobody's coming up and asking you how your new program is. But yeah, you have maybe hour you spend walking around, showing them the whole place, and yeah, you feel like you've given them a pretty good view, at least of the main part of Hellfest. Unless you wanted to head over to Coastal Pass as well.
What's by Coastal Pass?
That's the beachfront area. So you have to cross the inlet, you have to cross over Old Spout on the boardwalks, and then you go over to the tourist zone with all the hotels and the restaurants and everything.
Yeah. I think we can let's save, Una's getting now into planning mode and scheduling, and so, I think we can save, the boardwalk and all that fun beach stuff. Have you guys been to a beach before?
I mean, have you? I can't see of any reason for either of you to have been to a beach before.
There are beaches in the Feywild?
There are, but they're really hard to get to.
And they're not, like, fun.
No. Not really.
I am thinking pure Jersey Shore.
Yeah, that's the vibe.
That's what Chelsea knows.
No, that's definitely the energy of Coastal Pass, for sure. And Shandi, I mean, you spend most of your life in the capital, or the slums outside the capital. Yeah.
I mean, I've been
Okay.
the
We
late.
will make a similar but different. We will make a day or several days of it. We have like family membership, and we can bring guests, so we're covered. Don't worry. And we've got like extra towels and things, and my dad's swimsuits would not fit you guys, but you can just wear shorts, I guess.
There's
Or
also
we can
plenty
go,
of places to buy swimsuits
There's also
here.
places to buy stuff. But I'm starving, and I want my mom's food. So let's go.
To be honest, this might be the first time either of you have seen the ocean like this. Like, Septin, you've seen oceans, but they're like oceans of blood sort of vibe, you know? Because that's the Feywild. Shandi, like, I don't know if you've ever seen the ocean before. It's a lot of water.
Yeah, I think Shandi just keeps like looking at it as they walk.
Cool.
Right?
Oh.
It's like kind of weird, right?
We
Very
can
large.
It's like a lake, but like way bigger. And it's like moving.
Moving an
go.
awful
Una's just
lot.
gonna like step back and
Una, what's that sound?
the
The like whooshing noise.
oh, that's like the waves, cause yeah, you said it's constantly moving, so it goes.
It's weird.
Cool.
You'll see it all tomorrow. It's gonna be fun.
All right. So you head home.
Yeah.
Cool. The Knotwise home is on the south side of town in this theater district. It's what your dad calls the theater district, but there's one theater. So it's a humble home, large enough to accommodate your small family and a little extra besides. The door is round and large, and the windows follow suit. It's 2 stories. You know, I mean, I could describe to you the layout of your house if you'd like. In fact, I will. The downstairs, there's a kitchen that doubles as a dining room, a living room, and stairs leading down to the basement where all sorts of odds and ends are stored. Mostly props, old costumes, texts, like bookshelves of plays. Up the stairs that are a tad too small for tall folk to ascend without bending a little bit are 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a practically unused room that was apparently supposed to be a study originally, but ended up being sort of a guest room. Your room is next to this study, and on the opposite side are your parents' room and the bathroom. But yeah, that's the layout of your house. But yeah, you head up to the door. You gonna knock on it. What's the plan?
Must swing the door open.
Hey, don't lock it.
Yeah.
The door swings open, and you see your dad run out into the hallway with a knife. He's like, "Ah! Una!" And he just like throws the knife behind him, and he comes over and he gives you a big ol' hug. He's like, "Oh, I knew you were coming back. I had my guy up in Duel. He told me."
I told you I would.
I wasn't
It was
sure
part
which.
of the- It's part of the agreement. I come back for holidays.
I didn't know it was gonna be a holiday, Una.
Oh right, I didn't give you. Mom has
Honey!
the schedule.
Honey, she's home. I know she's home. And he sort of lets you down. He's like, "Oh, let me get a look at you." And he grabs you by the face. "You look more like a hero for sure. You look all heroic and stuff. And you've built some muscle. Look at you. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, how rude of me. Hello. Welcome.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to my home. Welcome to the Knotwise, abode. How are you? We briefly met at the beginning of the school year. I'm Osnad. You can call me Una's dad, whatever you're more comfortable with. Just don't call me late for dinner.
Is this a halfling residence? Are we like...
It's a halfling residence. It's tall enough for tall folk to be in it, maybe not comfortably.
Are we like Like just like
Yeah.
a little.
Well, neither of you guys are terribly tall. I've never.
that's
Yeah, you
true.
guys aren't that tall, so like you can fit. You're not having to bend too much. You'd imagine if Turn was here, he'd probably have to bend for his horns to not hit the ceiling. But you can stand. But you're pretty close.
It's a pleasure to meet you again, Una's dad.
What was your name again? I'm terrible with names.
Shandi.
Sean D. Yeah, okay, yep. And you?
And I'm Septin.
Wow, Septin. You're from the Feywild.
Yep, the Xanthus family.
I've heard of the Xanthus family.
I was gonna ask, yeah, we were traveling performers.
Yeah. I don't know much. You'll have to tell me all about that. We're preparing a feast. So strap yourselves in. We'll have plenty of time to chit-chat. But yeah, well, great. Welcome. No more, though, right? This is all?
Yeah.
Any more?
That's it.
The rest of them? Okay. So we'll have... We can
Unless
set
they
up...
pop up.
We can set up the
They
cot in your room, and we can set up the couch for one of them as well. And that should be enough. Great. Guest room's a little busy at the moment. No one... Anyway, why don't you come on in, get settled, and we'll just finish up. Where did I put that knife? We'll finish up dinner.
Like in the ceiling.
Yeah. Una, I'm sure your mother would like to say hello to you, so stop by the kitchen when you get your friends acclimated, but I will be right back. And he runs over and he gets the knife. He's like, honey, I'm sorry, your sous chef has returned, as he goes into the kitchen.
Oh, cute. Okay, I'm gonna show them where they can like put their things and
Cool. Yeah, you got the living room, you got your room, you've got the guest room, though your dad said it was occupied at the moment.
yeah, I'm gonna drop my stuff in my room.
All right, let's get a description of Una's room.
Just completely off the top of my head. It has parts of it definitely seem to be decorated by her mother. So like every single playbill she's worked on, even though she was always backstage, she would be like, any little bit helps. This'll be really meaningful one day. So there's like probably one wall that's really just plastered with all the posters and things. Her bed is super neat, just like she left it. However, there's like a little corner of the room that's oddly messy, but it's just because it's like a little chair and books and books and books and books.
Totally.
And then her desk is... I guess you wouldn't really see what was in the desk unless you looked for it.
Inside the desk, yeah.
Under the bed, it looks like there's some kind of... She's kind of stashed a bunch of, like, probably theater props.
Sure.
That looks like when she first started practicing any kind of fighting, like the rubber knife she used to help. Yeah, that's it. If I think of any other details, I'll flesh it out more.
Cool. Yeah, you're welcome on it. I mean, if Septin is too tall, that's your call. He never seemed like crazy tall to me.
But how did this start? Was it just because I made the like short joke?
I don't know. We never really specified height.
No, I don't think Septin's tall. I think Septin's just like normal elf
I feel
height.
like he's normal elf height. But you can still fit in here. The place was built so that people of medium build could come, because their original intention was to were gathering people in here for like play reads and stuff. So not everyone's as short as them.
And then in her closet.
Oh yeah.
It's like open closet, so you can see. It's similar to the clothes she wears. It looks like a lot of theater costumes, all in that ridiculous orange and green.
Yep.
But she's tried to like cut away the ridiculous parts, and honestly, she doesn't believe it, but it just made it look worse.
I'm sure, yeah. Now it looks like she cut her own, like, ripped jeans, but...
Yeah, and there's definitely a cheesy caricature art of her, Hogarth, and Willow
very good
somewhere, from the beach.
Yeah.
The boardwalk, one of those
Might
guys.
as well.
Cool. And then I'll just be like, ta-da. I'm gonna like listen down and make sure Mom and Dad are cooking in the kitchen.
Oh yeah, you hear pots and pans clanging, things steaming, hissing. It smells good. It smells like home.
And then I'm gonna just take a peek into the guest room.
Yeah.
Because it's doing me a concern.
So, the guest room is filled with stuff. Some of it you recognize, some of it you don't. Baby toys, a crib, several mobiles, a lot of your old baby clothes. The walls have begun to be painted.
Mom?
Yes, honey. Is everything? I've got a lock in my hand, so
I'm like skipping like 5 stairs at a time.
Una falls down the stairs.
Una does a triple flip down the stairs.
Yeah.
Olympics.
You come into the kitchen, you can see she's got a pot in one hand, and your dad's like chopping stuff up next to her. What's wrong? Welcome back.
Are you gonna tell me something?
Was I gonna tell you something? What's wrong?
Does my mom look different?
She's not showing, if that's what you're asking. What's wrong, honey? And she puts down the thing. She just hits Osnat on the shoulder, and he goes, oh, and he grabs it from her. She's like, what's wrong? And she comes over and gives you a big ol' hug.
Oh, yeah. Hi, the guest room?
The guest room? Oh, Osnat, did you tell her? I swear I didn't. I didn't say anything.
First of all, I thought it was something bad. Like...
I'm so sorry.
Is it bad?
Oh, no. We're just, there's not a lot to do around now that you're not here. So,
okay. Got it.
We're a little lonely. But
Septin
yes.
is standing in the doorway of the kitchen, mouth agape.
We're...
Gandhi, thinking nothing is amiss, is unpacking upstairs.
Unpacking his sword polishing station.
Making sure that the milkmaid uniform is hung nicely so
Septin heard somebody move down the stairs at 1,000 miles an hour and was like, I need to see what's happening.
I was gonna tell you at dinner, but yes, you're gonna be a big sister.
Cool. Do we know when it's due? Do we know?
Fantasy medicine isn't that far advanced. It'll be someday.
It'll be strategically placed in the plot somewhere.
Exactly.
How long is... No, I'm not gonna ask that question.
I don't know. It's fantasy. Who's to
I was gonna ask
say?
a question about halfling biology.
Yep, I don't know, and I don't have an answer for you yet. Maybe one day I will. And she looks behind you. She's like, "Oh, you must be one of the you're one of the boys that Una brought home."
Yeah. Introductions. Here
One
we
of the
go.
boys Una brought home. Weird way to
No,
put
it's
that.
not that. Like
Yeah,
at all.
I'm Septin.
Good to meet you. She sort of like reaches over Una and gives you a little handshake.
Oh, yeah,
Welcome
I have
to
to
our
like handshake
home.
down. don't
Yeah.
I? It's lovely to be here. My friend Sean D is upstairs, continuing to unpack.
I'll meet her.
He and I have never seen the ocean before. It's very interesting to be around these parts.
Well, I'm glad that we could do you the service of seeing the ocean. Una will have to take you down there one of these days and, show you the ropes, show you all the fun things you can do. Speaking
Looking
of
forward
which,
to it.
Una, would you mind taking over from your father? Osnad, will you go start grabbing the cotton stuff from the basement? Would you mind helping my husband set things up?
Oh yeah, sure. I was actually gonna offer to help in the kitchen. I've been practicing.
Oh, great. Well, once you're back, I'll put you to use. Put you to work. I
Sounds
suppose.
great.
And so your dad hands you a knife and switches. It's sort of tight quarters and sort of rotates around you and goes and leads you, Septin, down elsewhere. As soon as he leaves, your mom turns to you and says, "So, Una, you brought 2 boys home. Are either of them,
Nope.
He looks a lot like Hogarth.
Yeah.
He's a cutie."
No, I mean, Hogarth's fine. Like, it was never like that.
Oh, I know. You
I'm
told
still
me
shipping
many, many
Willow.
times. Oh.
But, no, there's one guy. He's not. I don't know. He really frustrates me.
Oh, baby! And she
But-
puts down the pan and gives you a hug again.
I wanna punch him all the time.
Yeah, that's how I feel about your father a lot of the time.
No. I don't. It'll mess up the group completely because they're trying to make us into this big adventuring group, and it'll just really mess up everything. So I don't want to do anything about it. I wouldn't even know how to do anything about it.
If you need lessons,
No.
I could give you a tip or two.
No.
I mean, I managed to wrangle that fine piece of halfling, so.
Una's gonna like pour herself a glass of water and chug really fast.
I think honey,
no.
you deserve to be happy and be a hero. You should go for it.
It would. They all.
Just realized that today's gonna be the make Una uncomfortable stream.
Una's going between like super happy and super uncomfortable. It's a lot of emotional whiplash.
That's the energy of going home. I feel like from college the first time.
I think.
What's his
there's
name?
I don't want to say
Oh,
it. I'll
honey,
vomit.
come on. No, you won't.
I think there's somebody else though, and I don't.
Well,
I
that's
don't
tough.
want to. Yeah, I don't.
Somebody
wanna
else in the
mess-
program? That mushroom girl?
No. That would be so funny though. No. He hasn't told me a lot, but I think there's somebody else from like
well.
where he's from.
That's tough. Well,
And
you know,
so-
just like there's a couple of plays I could lend you, some Adair plays that have, how to get around in that situation. She was ahead of her time with this sort of thing. So, not a bad idea to take advice out of her playbook.
I really don't want to mess it up.
Okay. All right. But you got to put your happiness first too, Una. Keep that in mind.
She's like, dude.
You do. Plus, your father will die tragically if you don't bring us home grandchildren someday.
I know. Well, there's also a guy I work with. But
Ooh.
he's like, this is really embarrassing to say. He's like really tall, and I don't know how that would work.
Oh, it can work.
Okay.
And she doesn't elaborate.
Okay. No. Una's gonna go like stir a pot that has nothing in it.
She laughs and says, "Okay." And she hands you a little pot and start cutting things up. Meanwhile, downstairs, as Osnad leads you downstairs, Septin, it's like, "So, tell me, what's it like living in the Feywild, being part of a traveling theater group? I've always been curious. How theater works over there, how it works over here, the differences."
Well, there's a lot of it over there, but generally my family were, travelers, which meant it was pretty much go until you find a place to perform, put on something impromptu, try to make as much as you could, and then hope it was enough to carry you until you got to the next place you could perform.
Yeah, that's sort of how it worked for us when we first started as well. Not always novelties, we were just a couple of us, traveling around trying to make a gold or two. Of course, we didn't mix stuff up when we got there. We had some Adair in our back pocket, but
Oh no, I mean we had like go-to stories and performances and numbers and all of that, but like I don't know, sometimes find yourself in an area where, can't do that one here.
We learned
There were
some
a
of that the
couple
hard
times-
way, yeah.
Yeah, we had some rough patches. Also, traveling in the Feywild, dangerous.
I
And then
can imagine. I've never been myself. I've always been curious, but got a family to
Honestly,
take care of.
it's not too different from around here. It's just the extremes are more extreme.
All right.
Here when it's bad, there it's really bad. And here when it's good, there it's really good.
All right. Well, that's interesting. I'll have to pick your brain. As he's just sort of like picking up. He's got a cot, and then he's also got several chairs and folding tables that he's like sort of lining up against the wall as you guys are talking. I'll have to pick your brain while you're here. Maybe you could tell me some of the stuff that you used to perform. I'd be very interested. You're a performer.
Yes. Yeah, a little. Since I'm in the program with your daughter, I'm still like, I was one of the younger ones in performance,
Oh yeah.
I wasn't the leading man or anything
No.
that.
But you do, and he looks up at your hair and he looks at your build. And he goes, "Okay. Do you mind taking some of those tables up to the kitchen? I'll grab the cot."
Yeah, no problem.
And he brings the cot up to you, Shundi. What have you been up to?
Yeah, so there's like the jar of polishing oil is out. His main sword that he carries on his hip and his two traveling swords are on the ground, laid out nice and neat. The milkmaid uniform's hung up. The visor is just like set gingerly on a table. And he's just like brushing himself off, looking around, like nodding, making sure everything's in order.
Cool. As Osnat enters with the cot, he's like, "Oh, here you are. All right, you gonna be the one sleeping up here, or you prefer the couch?" As he starts setting up the cot.
Oh, I think Septin would prefer the couch.
All right then. Well, let me get you some blankets. Welcome. Nice setup you've got here. Do you mind?
Yeah,
And he sort of points to one of your traveling swords.
Oh, go ahead.
He picks it up and he like feels the weight. He's like, "This is a good sword."
Oh, I keep them all in, impeccable condition.
No, I can tell. Yeah. My wife's the same way about our prop swords. She cleans them every day.
I must talk to her about, the various techniques.
Oh,
polishing.
please, so that she won't talk to me about it anymore.
Well, that's one thing I can talk about over dinner.
Welcome. And he sort of claps you on the shoulder and leaves. Yeah, leaves you up there alone. Heads back downstairs.
I was gonna read the letter.
Yeah,
now
I
as well.
figured you might. Cool. So yeah, you open the letter, and the familiar sort of, not acrid per se, but it's almost stale smell of Resk's estate sort of hits you as you open it.
Dinky.
Yeah, it's like a really nice incense that's stale. That's sort of the smell. You open it up, and it reads, and I'll send you the text of this later.
Okay.
Shandi, I understand the frustration with me you're likely feeling. My methods have been somewhat harsh in this small dispute we have engaging in. You must know, however, that I do this for two very important reasons. The first, and likely less pleasant to your ears, is that legally, you are my ward. As such, under the law of this great empire, until you become of age, you are beholden to my commands. An intelligent boy such as yourself may cite Regulation 37 under the Child Care Edict that states, "A child or ward shall not be subject to unreasonable commands or the misplaced whims of their parent or guardian," but I should note that my only command given to you was to respect my person. I hardly think the courts would call that an unreasonable command. I bring this to your attention first to appeal to your reason, a quality which you do possess in abundance. The second reason of our dispute is one set slightly more adrift in the realm of feeling. In ordinary circumstances, I would ignore this, but as the matter is one of importance, I would be remiss not to mention it. I only do what I do for your best interest. Your future is quite important to me, Shandi, and the only way I can confirm its success is with a strong and steady hand. You may not be my blood, but your future is the future of the House Resk. I simply request that you allow me to play a hand in this bright future of yours, that it may shine its light upon our mighty house. To this end, out of my charity and want for reconciliation, I shall call off the more forceful methods at play in this schism. Additionally, I've received word that you are to receive some time away from the program you attend, that I, in no small part, fund. I should like to invite you and your friends, if they have any interest, to a dinner at the estate. There we may discuss our future relationship together. Please return a letter with your response, that I may have the chefs prepare a meal for this occasion. Lord Althear Resk.
Okay, I'm gonna fold that up and put it back in my belongings and head downstairs.
Cool. You know what? As you're unpacking, you probably found something.
Oh.
Something from a long time ago that you weren't actually here for. But there is another letter in there. You don't remember it being put in here. And this one has a scent as well. Not like Resk's, but a whole lot more like fermentation. And you flash back to before your trip out to Fort Hethys, a man who smelled like fermentation, who was familiar to you, bumped past you on the way out of the Ash Grove way station. This
Okay.
less of a letter, more of a folded piece of paper. This is.
I'll open that up as well then.
It says, "He won't ask again. Pledge fealty or your friends die."
Good.
So
Okay.
it's been there for a while.
That's,
Couple of days.
Great news. All right. I'll head downstairs then.
Right. Septin, you said you wanted to do something while you were down there?
Oh no, I was just curious. Is the room with the couch where Septin is sleeping, is that also the room that you said had a bunch of plays in it, or?
No, that's downstairs.
Oh, okay.
The room with the couch is just the living room. There's a fireplace, couch, couple of chairs, table in the middle.
Got it.
The couch is a little shorter than your height, but
I do. Figure it out.
yep. Cool. Yeah, as you make up to the kitchen, you're directed where to set up the tables. It's basically every table in the house is being pulled into the kitchen to make a large enough table space for all of you. As you start setting places, there's 2 additional ones, you assume, for Hogarth and Willow as well.
I feel like Una's face is still freshly bright red.
Yeah, when you come back in, Una's just embarrassedly stirring a pot.
Una, what's wrong? You look like you're the same color as me.
Just mother-daughter talk. It's nothing. Just my mom saying embarrassing things. It's fine. There'll be more.
Hush. It's not embarrassing. It's a natural part of life.
Una sets the table as faster than you've ever seen, and just sits at her spot.
Septin, you're a strapping young man. You must be keeping the ladies away with the stick.
Just head in the table.
Do you have a special someone, Septin?
Go on.
Sorry, I just choked because my first thought was, Mrs. Notwise, are you trying to seduce me?
No, that's not the energy you're getting.
No, I'm not saying that. Septin did not say that.
Yeah. In Septin's head, I'll just quickly be like, I am so sorry. For the record, I did not mention your name. It's just let it happen. I'm so sorry.
Out loud goes, oh no, it's fine.
Una, you know it's rude to talk in people's heads in mixed company.
All the time!
I know, but it's rude.
Okay.
No, not recently, since I've been, focusing on my studies and schoolwork.
Smart.
I had a friend a while back, but, well, hard to go long distance from the Feywild.
Definitely. Oh, and you're still such a young man. You elves have such long lives. I'm sure you'll find someone if you want.
Of course. Tell me, is this common, conversation to have in this plane?
It's common in this house, at least.
In this house.
Well,
They say
you
in
know.
unison.
Well, I like it in this house.
We like having you here. Now, you said you were good with cooking?
I'm learning.
Well, you're probably better than my husband. Why don't
He holds up his hand with some scars
Yeah.
on it from knife cuts.
You're probably better than my husband. Why don't you grab that knife and start chopping up those carrots?
What is it?
Carrots. Oh, you don't have. It's fine. It's
Oh.
easy. Don't worry about it. You're not like trying to
That
make a
one
really
slice
good.
handoff.
Yeah, you're not trying to make like a crazy thing from scratch. You're just like following somebody who knows how to cook really well's instructions, cutting up things, putting things in. You're not really doing that much work. She's doing the brunt of the labor. But yeah, before too long, Shandi, you come down? Are you staying upstairs? I don't know what your
I
plan
come
was.
down, yeah.
Well, Shandi comes down as things are starting to get finished up a little bit. She's like, "Oh, welcome! I remember
yes,
you from the first day."
It was rude of me to have unpacked before coming down to say hello.
Oh, no bother. No need to stand on ceremony here.
Well, if I don't stand on ceremony, then I'm afraid I have nothing left to stand on.
Oh, your friend's funny, Una. He's funny.
Yep,
He is
the
known
funny
as the
one.
funny one.
He is
Oh!
the funny one in our
Such-
group.
Such kind responses here. All day, everybody.
Shadi, we were just discussing our respective love lives. Perhaps you'd like to
Oh,
chime
yes.
in.
Do you have a special someone, a lord or lady back home?
Oh, I'm afraid not. I'm already wed, actually. I'm wed to the way of the sword.
Drops the knife.
That was a joke.
She's
thought.
cackling. She is cackling. Like, she is actually cackling at this point. Oh, well, you and I have something in common then. Though I'm sure your combat is real, but I'm a bit of a stage combat expert myself, so we'll have to talk over dinner about that.
Yes, I hear you're very enthusiastic about, polishing and maintaining weapons.
Yes!
It's something I myself am a huge fan of.
Well, I'll have to learn your technique. Perhaps one of these nights after one of the performances, we could clean the blades. You could stick around and help me out.
Looks at Una.
In your head, I go, don't. Don't. She will make it more of a thing. Just don't. Cut your carrots.
There's a knock at the door, and you hear your dad call, "I got it!" As he runs over, opens it up, and you hear a voice say, "How's it going, Mr. Notwise?" He's like, Hogarth, Willow, come on in. And they all sort of pile in to the room. He's like, "All right, help me with the chairs, you two. The rest of them are put to work cooking, so you gotta help me here." And Hogarth says, "Like we don't do enough work for you during the day, Mr. Notwise." He's like, okay. Willow just flashes a wave to your mom, and she kindly waves back, and they go grab some chairs and start setting up. The kitchen is now like full of people, like the cooking and the plating, and there's just chairs going all over the place. It's just raucous. There's a lot of warmth and laughter in the air as people are having conversations over each other. But eventually dinner is ready. You all sit down to it, and people just start digging in. It's a hodgepodge of things. It's whatever was left over in the kitchen, some good stews, some good soups, meat dish or two, some like kebabs as well. It's great. It's a whole thing. And you're sitting on different sized chairs, and there's tables of different heights where all the food is. You're just like reaching in, putting it on your own plates. Your parents are digging in Hogarth as well, and Willow. And yeah, it's nice. And your parents will start peppering you all with questions about how school's going. In fact, they'll start with, "So, how's this hero program going? You all learning a lot?"
Yeah.
I've had so many new experiences through the program.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. And nothing too dangerous, I hope.
No.
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 Nothing to speak of.
No.
Then what's the fun?
Oh, they
Right.
put us through plenty of simulations and such. I mean, just the other day we had that thing in the tower. Had to go in and solve puzzles and
Oh, puzzles. Love a good
extract a target. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, that's a little
cool.
what would you call that? Training like that.
Oh, yeah. Any
Training.
you get to go on any
training-
missions so far?
One to the south. Yeah.
We helped some goblins and kobolds.
Yeah, there's a
Goblins and kobolds, right?
Yeah, well, there's a town. They're having some trouble with the goblins and kobolds. We negotiated everything out. Nobody got hurt.
Wow,
So-
bloodless. Impressive. Make a deception check.
Hell yeah.
Everyone got hurt.
15.
15. It's a bummer. He's pretty insightful. That doesn't sound like the world I know. No one got hurt?
Like in the grand scheme of things, no one got hurt.
Not in any way we couldn't, I mean, there was some scuffed armor and such.
What
but-
was what was the name of the town you went to?
Oh boy, there are a few different towns. There's a whole region. There's Trinity, but I don't think you've heard of that one. It's too small to be on any maps.
Trinity was the one having trouble with these goblins and kobolds?
Yes.
Deception check.
Nat 20 plus 10.
Oh, yeah, I've never heard of it. Well, hopefully you didn't go too close to that there crystal burn. I hear it's dangerous over there.
The what?
Crystal burn. Oh, have you not heard of this up in your fancy school? There's a whole, I don't know what happened, but there was this whole thing where a bunch of crystals exploded all over the place, and it's completely inhospitable now.
Oh.
Wow.
We were part of the cleanup crew for that one.
Oh, very cool. Nothing too
Little
dangerous,
after
I
the
hope. Oh,
A
yeah.
little after the fact. Worked side by side with Samaranth on that one.
Samaranth the Dreamer? Whoa. You've met Samaranth the Storyteller.
We rode on him.
He stands up and like hits the chandelier. Like, ooh, you rode on Samaranth the Storyteller? And your mom is like mouth agape, eyes wide open. Yeah. She like grabs you by the hand. She's like, he's the patron saint of theater. Did you tell us about him? Did you tell him about us? Or no, of course you didn't. But did you get to hang out with him again, or?
No. Did I tell him about? No, I told. Somebody else though told me that they heard of my dad. Hold on.
He gave us his endorsement.
You've been. Assad looks like he's about to pass out. You've been endorsed by Samaranth the Dreamer. Oh, wow. Well, we were a little worried sending you off to this program, but if you've made such illustrious connections as him, I mean, this is an incredible program. What's not to love? Wow. Do you think we could meet him someday? Oh, no, that's too much. But if if he's ever in the area, just let him know.
Alright, I can't find it fast enough. Blake, what was the name of the head of the Silver Citadel?
Oh, that's a great question. His name is hard to pronounce because I didn't write it.
Where's my to-do list? There it is. Group. Personal.
Off the top of your head, what's
Adoramos.
Yes, Adoramos. Or Adoamros, just something like that. Yeah, Adoamros.
Although, I didn't know that about Samaranth, but we did meet Adoramos. Adoramos.
Adoamros Cassell?
Yeah.
Oh.
And he he had read some of your plays.
Oh, the leader of the Silver City. Oh, okay. Well,
He said they were pretty good. I believe he said you tapped into his human side.
okay. Well, I mean, and your mom starts to pat him on the back and like rub his back. It's like, it's just a dream come true. And Willow's like, you guys rode on a dragon?
Oh yeah.
You have to tell me what that was like. That's awesome.
It was equal parts awesome and terrifying.
Yeah, no, I bet. Wow. How'd you hold on? Says Hogarth.
Magic?
Like magic.
Oh, that's rad. Man. Willow, you gotta hook us up. Maybe we should have gone to brevet school, Willow. I mean, yeah, if you get to ride on dragons.
I mean, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. They have us waking up early for drills and writing papers and studying and all that stuff.
Willow says, yeah, but we have to do that in normal school, too.
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't know that.
Did you not go to school before you went here?
No, I was like homeschooled. I didn't. It was just like my family taught me some stuff.
What about you, Fancy Pants?
Oh, I'm sorry, was that...
Yeah, it's you. Yeah. Greetings, by the way.
Oh, greetings again. Well, I didn't necessarily go to school per se, but I did have, several esteemed tutors who would teach me privately, as well as, sort of a forum of scholars who I would present my work to, in order to ensure that I was, properly vetting my research and, on the right track to be enlightened.
She like grabs your hand that you're holding your spoon in, and she looks at it. She's like, "It's not silver. What's going on?"
Oh no. I mean, was it? Did I set the table wrong? Was it supposed to be silver?
Oh boy. You're a fun one. You're a fun one. I'm gonna call. I was gonna call Una private school. I think I'm gonna call you private school.
Well, I mean, any nickname that you would attribute to Una, I would be honored to have attributed to me as well.
Una, he's too much. Una, where did you find him?
It was school.
Private school. All right, private school. What was your life like? She just like starts peppering you with questions about your upbringing. Hogarth is gonna start talking to Septin. Just
You
like,
mean Septin's just gonna talk to Septin?
like, cool hair, man.
Oh, thanks. It actually changes color sometimes.
No way, dude. How? Oh, is it like an elf, like a Feywild thing?
Yeah, the elves from the Feywild. We depending on how we're feeling that day, sometimes we go to sleep, our hair will change color. Our whole body will change color, actually. But
So,
the hair does it too.
Like if you had a really bummer of a day, the next day everybody's gonna be able to tell that you're bummed.
Yeah, no, you'd be straight up blue. You'd literally be blue.
Oh,
It happens.
That might actually be where that saying comes from.
What? That makes sense, actually. Well, what if you're but it's like you sleep and the next day it happens, right? So if you get really embarrassed talking to somebody, you don't turn pink or whatever, right? It's not famous play Big Fat Liar.
Love a big fat liar reference.
You like good old BFL reference?
I mean, I don't know if I've ever changed color because of being embarrassed, but people can definitely tell if you're feeling happy and content, or fiery and full of energy, or sad, things ain't going your way, or another one that Peter can never remember.
Angry?
Yeah.
Pissed off? You turn red if you're pissed off? Oh, sick. That's why I'm top of the class. No big deal.
Yeah, no, you pick it up quick. Yeah, no, stuff in the Feywild is constantly changing. I'm actually kind of baffled at how slow stuff changes around here.
Yeah, dude, and you're in Helvast too, so nothing ever happens.
Oh no, people are changing color every day. Plants are growing and dying like overnight. Feywild's wild.
Wow. All right. Well, maybe I'll have to go someday. Whoa, you want to go to the Feywild? No. Anyway.
If you can find a way there, let me know.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm probably not going to look very seriously, but, like, I guess I'll get your information. I don't know, I'll send a letter to Una. She can let you know.
While this is happening, I'm gonna, like, turn to Willow and be like, so how are you two? Like, how's he doing? How have you not killed him yet?
1 minute private school.
Take your
I
time.
don't know, it's been fine. I mean, we miss you, that's for sure. It's not the same without the three of us, but we're making it through. I mean, your dad's been helping out a lot. The less time we have to spend at Brine-Front, the better.
Yeah.
And, you know, Hogarth's up on stage, I'm backstage, so I don't have to deal with him every second of every single day. But they got us working the same shifts down at the stand on the beach. That gets a little rough. There have been times when I've tried to, you know, I've thought about sticking an ice cream scoop into his eyeball, but, you know, he's all right. We're all right, you know. We wish you were still here, but you got bigger, literally brighter futures to conquer than we do. So
Yeah. We'll see. Like,
What do you
don't get me
mean?
wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm very grateful to have an experience outside of Helvast. Like, I don't really know what else was here for me besides you guys and my family. Two
Yeah.
important things, but I've seen a lot now, and I'm gonna learn a lot more.
like bad
it's
a
just-
lot or
No, not all bad.
not all bad.
Not all bad.
What's been happening? You can tell me, you know.
I know. I don't want to tell you.
You can tell
too
me later.
much. Oh, okay.
You don't have to tell me. I mean, your parents are right there. If you don't want
Yeah.
them to know, I get it.
Yeah, they'll hear everything I don't want them to hear.
I mean, your dad's still sort of like hyperventilating, and your mom's trying to calm him down.
Yeah, but like, how's everyone at school?
It sucks. Brine-Front's the worst, man. But yeah, we're almost done. Got one more year after this, so. And a lot of our time these days we're spending in the theater for stuff. Hey man, your dad said he'd offer us some like actual jobs when we graduated too, so that'd be exciting, you know.
Cool.
Yeah, you can't get rid of us that easy, not
Yeah.
wise.
Or like, come to Kelshar. It's a real happening city. No, it's not.
Well, I mean, anything's
may-
got to be more happening than Helvast, right? They got theaters up there?
No, do they?
They do.
Oh,
There's a
yes,
theater. It's not like
they do.
popular, but it exists.
Right.
There's an entertainment district.
They do. I haven't been, just cause kind of.
Well, maybe we'll plan a visit. Maybe Hoagie and I can like come on up sometime. And yeah, he hates it when I call him that. So call him that. I've been calling him it every single day. He hates it so much. So, but yeah, maybe we'll come visit you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and see what it's like. I don't know. I don't know if I want to tie myself to the theater forever. I don't really know what I want to do with my life, but anything's worth a shot. This has just been the thing, you know. That's where Hoagie was going, so decided to go too.
How's he doing personally with?
You know, it's one heartbreak after another for that guy. Nothing's changed. I mean, there was one that looked like it was gonna work out for a while there, but not so much.
That's why I had them go through like a rigorous interview process.
I know, but I don't have the patience for that, you know? Like,
yeah.
I feel bad because I don't vet them like you used to, but I got my own stuff to take care of. I can't be looking out for, you know, he's an adult. He should be able to figure it out by now.
Yeah.
I don't know. But he's all right. He's He'll figure it out. He's having a good time. You know, nothing keeps him down too much. Nothing like, you know, the big one.
That's for sure. Oh my gosh, so like, obviously, they're Septin, right? They look like they could be brothers.
They look they look a lot alike.
But then there's another one.
Yeah?
If the three of them got together, oh my, I would either watch the whole thing or want to take that ice cream cone and stick it in my eye.
We gotta bring the other one next time. Or maybe we'll see him when we come visit you.
Yeah.
I'd like to see this too. Is he as bullyable as private school over here? I love this guy. What the heck is up with him?
Cuts to Shanti, who's like demonstrating like sword polishing techniques on his dinner knife.
Yeah, and her mom is just like, oh wow.
Like, the other one, like, you could try to bully him, but I think he would accidentally bully you right back.
Okay. Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
Like, he wouldn't mean anything by it.
Is he dumb? Is he like a dummy?
Mm,
Dumbish.
I thought so at first. He's smarter than he appears in his own way of smart.
Is he hot?
Oh,
You like him. You like him, Una.
Let's gonna run into the bathroom.
Oh, come on.
You're like, I have to pee really badly.
You're the worst. You are the worst. You are the worst.
Halfling bladders.
Cool. So, yeah. As you run to the bathroom,
Oh no.
Osnat picks this exact moment to say, so, Hogarth, with your hand like that, I mean, the replacements are going to be coming up, but they're not going to get here till Saturday, so we're going to have to figure out something to do for tomorrow night's performance. And Hogarth is like, yeah, man, I don't know, I'm sorry, I just, it's like, no, it's fine, but,
Septin and Hogarth are removing the spoons they've been trying to hang from their nose.
And he, looks from Hogarth to you. He says, might have found somebody who could be a bit of a stunt double for you for the combat scenes. He looks directly at you.
Me?
Yeah, you're a performer, right?
I suppose. What are we doing? I like the sound of stunt double.
Well, yeah, okay, so Hogarth can still do the role. I'm not going to ask you to memorize a dare in a day. You've actually probably heard of Scarletta Adair, Septin. She was a mortal, a Selosian, centuries ago, who she was plane touched. She could not control which plane she remained in. She it was a rare condition that still exists to this day, but mythically rare. She would be teleported from plane to plane at random, and she couldn't control that. She spent a good deal of time in the Feywild, actually, and she was a playwright. And you know that she was a pretty prolific one because of her knowledge of the multiverse. More or less, she's the Shakespeare of Assyria. Scarletta Adair, she was a Selosian. It's but we've got a show, The Scaled Duke. Actually, it's really exciting. Recently, down in Salos, they recovered the original text of The Scaled Duke, actually penned by Scarletta Adair herself. And we're the first theater in Zymor who's getting to perform the show with the original text. And Halola chimes in and says, and it's a pretty special show for us because it is the show where we met for the first time, so we're really excited. He's like, yeah, you were quite the Astrade. She's like, yes, but this time I'm in it as well. I'm not playing Astrade, but I am playing the Barbarian Queen Herdgut. So we'll be working together in the combat. And Osnat says, well, about that, you're really not in any condition to be fighting, so maybe we can get you a stunt double as well, if you know what I'm saying. As you know, you're walking back in from the bathroom.
Do a 180.
as well as her bodyguard Varen, the guy who played him was the one who injured Hogarth's hand, and he's too nervous to do it again. Look looks like we have 3 capable folks to maybe take over for the stage combat. Just for one night? Just for one night?
I'm just doing the combat.
Yes, only the Una,
I
I
do
love
not
you.
have to talk.
You're
do
my
not have to
daughter.
talk.
I love you. I would not force a paying audience to watch you act a dare.
You have in the past.
I've learned my lesson. I have learned my lesson, Una. But how would that be? Would you be interested in that at all? I mean, it's pretty simple. You guys seem to know, your way around a sword.
I am in.
Oh, that's what I'd like to hear. Una, and would you like to? Would it be all right if you doubled for Varen for us, Shandi?
Oh, of course.
Great. Awesome. Incredible. Well, then tomorrow we can get you all set up. Lola can run you through the ropes, and we can make that happen. I don't know if you're familiar with Scaled Duke. I can give you a bit of a plot synopsis, let you know what's going to happen. But it's a story of a wise Solosian woman, Astrid, who exposes the Duke of her town, of her city, to be a green dragon in disguise. Hogarth is playing, and you will be doubling for the, what's his name? You will be doubling for... Did I not put his name down? Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't name him. This is super embarrassing. Okay. You'll be playing the foolish yet good-hearted paladin who, like most of the city, has been fooled by Duke Maltruchio. You'll be Queen Herdgut, obviously, and you'll be Varen, her assistant. Smeth. Your name, Smeth the Paladin, is your name there. I did write it down. Oh, no, you're Varen, you're Smeth. I got it. All right. Paladin Varen, Barbarian Smeth. That makes a lot more sense. Great. Yeah, should be interesting. It should be a lot of fun. It'll be a little loosey-goosey, but this crowd's a bunch of tourists. They'll be boozed up. Won't be too crazy. And then my old friends are gonna be coming in on Saturday. They'll take over. We only need you for one night. Well, that's great. 2 birds, 1 stone. I get to see my daughter, and the show can go on. We'll have to contact the seamster and get some alternate costumes made, because there will have to be a quick change. And he's like, enjoy dinner. I need to go do some logistics planning. And he grabs a bowl, but then walks off.
I'm like, don't forget to eat, Dad.
I got it. And Lola says, this is so exciting. Our little Una back on the stage. Though if I had my way, I'd still be doing the stage combat, but I get it, gotta be careful. Don't want.
Being careful.
He's as protective as always, your father. Well. Yeah, well, dig in. Enjoy.
Cameras don't exist. There's no embarrassing, bad theater photos of Una.
Unfortunately not.
Oh, that would be so good. Let's just retcon photography into a world.
There is magical photography. But it's not really photography. It's magical instant painting.
Right.
And it's illegal in Zymor, actually.
Hey.
Because it's technically time magic. You freeze an instant and then you can trace it. Time magic is illegal in Zymor because it was invented by Aenadarth, the dragon who helped Tiamat almost come back. Anyway. Yeah, as dragons do. But anyway, the rest of the dinner it's nice. Willow keeps, trying to bully Shandi, but in a way that doesn't register as bullying to Shandi. Hogarth and Septin probably bond quite a bit. Your mom keeps telling you how cute Shandi and Septin are, sort of nudging you and trying to get you to, how moms do. Or are you sure?
For the good of the team, absolutely not.
Oh, Team Shmeem.
Oh, okay.
Cool. But yeah, eventually dinner ends. Hogarth immediately starts washing the dishes because he's that kind of boy.
It's a good boy.
And Willow says, I'm just gonna go grab some air. We'll be back. But Una, if you wanted to come take a walk with me, maybe tell me some things.
We covered it.
No, but the other thing, not that. I won't talk about that.
Okay.
She leads you out. In the door, she says, "I will ask about that, but first, there was other things you wanted to talk about." You said.
I'm gonna as my mother walks out, just kind of whip around and just to Shandi and Septin be like, "Again, I'm sorry. You're doing great."
Sorry for what? This is awesome.
Shandi is already doing dishes.
Cool. Well, is that? Are you?
Gotta turn off.
Every time I've asked you about your school, you've gotten really hesitant about it. Are you okay? Is everything good? Is there things you need to talk about? Because I'll listen. I'm here to listen. You know.
It's just not what I expected.
What did you expect? And what is it? I guess.
Just a lot more in class, school.
Well,
I guess it really wasn't the program's fault, but the whole thing with that town we talked about helping out, it got a lot bigger and a lot scarier, and we're fine now.
Seem fine, yeah.
There were a few moments where I wasn't so sure if we'd be fine. That kind of seems to be how this group works. We just end up being okay.
That's good. I mean, better than the alternative, right?
Yeah.
She sort of sits on the wall outside of your house.
And I think overall the school is full of good people. We've been feeling like there's something hidden underneath.
Physically or metaphorically?
No, mostly metaphorically.
Okay. You're in that old library, right? You're up in that old library, right?
Yeah.
I knew about it. I didn't look it up. I didn't research it or anything. I just knew about that. From stuff.
From what?
I just knew of it. Don't worry about it. I already knew about it. I didn't look it up when you got accepted.
Then look up a library?
Don't. You know what? Let's move on. Not important.
Wait, what Mom? What did
No, this
you
is
know?
This is Willow. Sorry.
Oh no!
This
I
is
too
Willow.
thought this was the mom.
That's my bad.
I thought it was Mom.
It's the same voice.
It's fine. I guess mostly everything would
Yeah, I
honestly
feel
be
like
the same.
would've
She's
been
my
the
mom
same.
in certain ways.
Yeah. Well, it's just being right now tsundere about looking up your program.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't care. Not a big deal. Whatever. But she does deeply.
You looked it up?
No, I didn't. I just knew about it. Because I know things.
You could apply.
What kind of skill? Listen, you can talk into people's brains, all right? I can't.
Yeah, but so can my dad.
Yeah, but your dad's old.
Yeah.
I can't do anything. I mean, you got a dude from the Feywild who can change colors. You've got the richest person I think I've ever met, and you who can talk into people's brains. So, what would I have to offer?
Ever want to join a thieves guild? Because Mushroom Girl did that.
Mushroom Girl? I gotta meet Mushroom Girl. I know Hoagie was the one who was interested, but I gotta know.
Yeah. Okay, then I probably would have actually been less wishy-washy about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just overall our teachers are awesome. But
Like that paladin guy who came that way.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, we went on this whole back to when we helped just the kobolds. There was this whole drama with him and one of the other teachers.
Ooh, juicy.
Yeah, I didn't need to know that much, but oh my gosh. And I tell her a little bit about like the basics of Mel and Pell.
Cool. She like looks uncomfortable. She's like, perverts. Those people sound like perverts.
Yeah.
Ugh. You just gotta
so-
you gotta just beat him up. Beat the shit out of him. I know you can.
I know we can now. Probably.
Oh yeah, you learn any cool new tricks since I saw you last?
She whips out her white, black.
What the fuck? Holy shit, Una! You can make mind daggers?
It just started happening.
You can make mind daggers. That is the coolest thing. Oh my
I can
god.
also been. I mean, there's a lot of the people are magic users, and I don't know if it like rubbed off or something. But I know how to be invisible now.
That's so cool. Oh my god, dude! This place sounds kind of sketch, but like, clearly it's working. So
Yeah. I'm kind of there. There was definitely a moment I was about to pack up and come back here, honestly. But then, like, in some ways, I would definitely be dead without those fools out there and the green ones who are who knows where.
Sure.
But I also feel like a lot of them would be dead if I weren't there, so...
Flash cut to Turn suffering at this very moment. Tied up in a bandit camp.
So I feel like as long as we stick together, we'll be okay.
Well, that's good. I mean, looks like you found yourself a new team. But you got it. You have a place on our team whenever you come back.
An additional team. I can
Okay.
be a part of 2 teams. I can play for both sides.
Fair enough. All right. Well, what are the names of your other 2 friends?
Turn and Tether. Tether is Mushroom Girl.
And Turn's the one you like.
Turn is Hogarth, but green with horns.
Turn's the one you like.
I don't.
You
like-
totally do, though, dude.
It's just like. It's not. I don't even know if it is. I don't want it though, and I don't. I know he doesn't. He's just.
Well, yet.
Do. I'm a turn.
Is that how he talks?
Yes.
Oh man, we're gonna have a fun time when we come visit.
No, you're not.
Yes, we are.
I'm gonna send him on a quest.
And he'll listen to you. I thought he didn't like
Yeah,
you.
I'll tell him it's to be a hero because that's all he wants to do.
Well, he's in the right place, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, whatever.
He's just so positive all the time. Right, I mean, whatever. We're done talking about it.
Doesn't sound like you are, Una.
We've moved on. Nope, we've moved on.
I think you should bone him, but that's just my opinion. There's that uncomfortable Una face. I'm kidding. Do whatever you want.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, as long as you're all right, you know, as long as you're not feeling horrible, it's good.
I'm feeling better.
Good.
As much as I miss you guys, and as much as I constantly make the Una face every single day, I'm feeling better.
I'm glad. Well, keep at it. You be a hero so nothing crazy ever happens here. Alright, let's head back inside. I'm sure dessert's almost ready. Chelsea, your picture is disconnected from your sound a little bit. I don't know if that's just me. Oh, wait, say something again?
Uh-oh?
Oh, no, you're fine again. It was just for a second. You're good. Don't worry about it. Maybe...
I'm on an older computer.
I might have just imagined it too. Anyway, you head back on, and Hogarth and Shandi finish, cleaning up. Yeah, dessert is ready. It's had. Merriment is to be had. Your dad doesn't show his face again for the rest of the night. He's like making arrangements. You can hear him casting message to like talk to somebody and getting an angry response. He's like, oh, I know, but that's how it works. We'll pay you overtime. But yeah, the rest of the night goes pretty nicely. Is there anything anybody wants to do before the end of the night?
I was gonna look around the nursery a little bit more.
Cool. Yeah. Are you looking for anything particular? Or you just sort of like looking around? It seems to all be either hand-me-downs or stuff from when you were a baby. Like you recognize a stuffed bear that you played with when you were a kid and got too old for. Some of your old baby clothes are sort of lined up in a corner. It seems they're just storing all the baby stuff they can in here while they paint the room, make it more fit for a child. They didn't seem to want to replace your room with the baby's room, so they're giving it the guest room.
Mm-hmm. And then, when everyone's like winding down, or maybe even after people have gone to sleep, I'm gonna go to the basement.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, Hogarth and Willow leave not too long after dessert, so they're like, yeah, see you later. Head off.
Actually, I might pull Shandi and Septin down there.
Yeah, your parents are heading off to bed anyway, so they're like, yeah, we're not the boss of you anymore, so you can stay up late if you want, but don't be too loud.
You mind if I read some of those plays?
Oh, please, feel free.
I'll show him where. Very convenient.
In fact, if you're interested, we have a copy of the original text of Scale Duke down there. If you want to check that out.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, okay, you're gonna be performing on it tomorrow, so I might as well know it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
All right. Once we're down there, I'm gonna be like, all right. I am looking for anything. This room is all like the theater stuff.
Yeah, old props. I mean, there's some like old furniture and like boxes of your old stuff in here, but mostly it's like overflow from the theater because they share it with another company.
Okay. So, the whole thing with Google Doc. I'm sorry for messing up your cool names again, Blake.
Google Doc? Google Doc. You can just call him the Cloud of Devastation.
Cloud of Devastation.
I've given
Gold
up
Duck.
on Gold Duck. Yeah, because y'all just fucking you throw your name and you're like, oh, like fucking Yu-Gi-Oh.
I like it, and it's spelled cool too.
Gold Duck is a Pokemon.
I know. Well, I know, but I said duel earlier, and you're like, it's time to duel, and I'm like, yeah, okay, fucking whatever. By the way, sorry, you have those maces from the tower. I don't know if you remember that, but you have those. So.
Wait.
Oh.
You send us what they do? Or...
Well, you don't know. You haven't attuned to them.
I will attune to them tonight.
But another quick question: Is Balthazar with us?
Yes, Balthazar is on Septin's belt, but he's been very quiet today.
I genuinely kind of forgot about him, but I think would not mention him.
I think that's part of it too. Like he hasn't been making any noise, so it's hard to tell, where he is at any time. But yeah, Balthazar is on your hip. Septin.
All right. I just want to look for anything that my dad might have hidden. Or maybe even my mom.
What?
Because, you did not listen to my presentation at all. Basically, my, whole family, we can talk to each other. In our heads, it's some kind of bloodline, halfling thing connected to this crazy cult that followed something called the Cloud of Devastation. And my family just, I don't know if they were part of it and they left or something else happened. Basically, I don't know any uncles, aunts. I have no cousins to my knowledge. I don't know my grandparents, which is a common thing to know. And it was only because my mom, behind my dad's back, mentioned the Cloud of Devastation once that I know any of this. So I'm trying to see if they have anything hidden. Like, secret compartment, something. It would probably be in their room, but we're starting here.
All right.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we're doing anything wrong, right? This is your house. Not illegal to search your own house.
Nope.
All right. Let's get investigation checks.
Hold on.
Very good at investigation.
21.
Nice.
6. Septin keeps getting distracted by stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff down here.
That's 14.
14. All right. Septin, you get distracted by stuff really easily. Una, you know, it's there's a lot of stuff down here. It's hard to search through. Sean D, you search the place well. You know how to search. You know, there other than like plays, there isn't any like text or documents down here. There's no like files hidden away or anything. No family tree. There doesn't seem to be any sign of any like tracing of lineage. There's definitely some old stuff in here, maybe hand-me-downs, maybe family artifacts, but none of it seems to connect to a cloud of devastation in any way, or telepathy. I guess there's like a newspaper clipping of when Una made the news, when there was a demon invading people's minds in town, and the valiant Bram Kusmal defeated it. And her parents saved that because they thought it was kind of funny. But other than that...
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just relay that information. Nothing sticks out.
Alright.
Septin, have you found anything?
I found this thing over here. It's it seems to be a cup on a stick with a string attached, and when you like flip it, you're trying to like get this ball on a string into the cup. I needed to think about the dumbest thing.
Alright. I didn't think it would be down here. I just wanted to start looking.
Cool.
How are you guys?
Honestly, Una, I'm having a blast.
I'm glad. I also figured you and Hogarth would get along well.
Hogarth seems cool. I feel bad I haven't talked to Willow as much.
She'll take her time.
Your mom and dad seem awesome.
In their own way, I suppose.
Una, you never told me your friend Willow was so well trained in the mannerisms of the court.
I didn't either. I think she's she did mention this year she's taking some extracurriculars, so maybe it's
That
an
must be it.
elective at public school.
Perhaps an etiquette course?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Alrighty.
All right, so we've got Una, you're in your bed. There's a cot upstairs that's been claimed by Shandi, and Septin's on the couch if you want that. You're free to, stay up, read some plays if you like, go to bed, do whatever. You leave, doesn't matter, really.
I mean, Septin's got a casual 4 hours to burn,
Sure does.
so he's gonna be reading some plays.
Cool. Any in particular you want to start with? Any genre? Any? Or you just start reading.
Septin's never been much of a reader, but he does know some plays. He's gonna flip through. If you can find any that are based on real events, Blake, leading back to that thing, I remember I messaged you an idea a while back.
Yeah. No, definitely there are some. And some of them are. You can see that this bookshelf has it's sort of organized. There's like labels on them. There's one whole section which is Adair, and that has comedies, tragedies, histories, and histories are based off of real events. There are also several other plays around that seem to be based off of real events as well, but you can like pick them out. A lot of the ones that aren't Adair are less dialogue driven and more event driven, and it seems as though the idea is the dialogue is filled in by the company when it's performed. So more of like a commedia situation than a modern play where it's like scenarios and scenes, but what actually happens in those scenes is more up to the company. Yeah. Is there anything?
Septin would probably stick to the Adair. Septin's not much of a reader, though, so I don't know how much he gets.
It's rough.
through.
It is in verse. It is iambic pentameter. It is meticulously written in, though. There are notes written all over the place, so like there's bits that maybe you don't understand, and you look off to the margin, and there's sort of an explanation, even though some of those explanations aren't really the clearest thing in the whole world either. Yeah, she has several histories. She has one on the fall of the Valhenshi. There's one about Filmoro's revolution, actually. It's a pretty big one. Yeah. They're dated. A lot of them are pretty Seleucian-centric as well, because she was a Seleucian, but she's also been around the world, so... or around the multiverse, so there's a lot of weird stuff. Like, you pick out... There tend to be fey characters in her things if you branch out from the histories, and like they're in pretty accurately, and you recognize some of the locations that they reference fairly well. Like, she's definitely been to the Feywild. Do you touch the Scaled Duke, the play you're going to be doing tomorrow, or are you going to leave that one for later?
No, Septin's not going to touch that one.
Fair enough. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. And you spend some time reading those books, and then eventually retire to the couch. And morning comes. You all wake up bright and early and head off to the theater for some training. So, you can open that stage combat document that I sent you guys.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
These are the rules for stage combat. So, the goal of stage combat is to wow an audience in a limited amount of time while sustaining little to no injuries. Mechanically, stage combat is a combat encounter with a predetermined number of rounds in which the participants must pull off attacks and maneuvers that add to the audience's amazement score, which is sort of like their HP. To this end, participants of stage combat are not actually trying to hit each other, but come close enough that it looks as though they are. In order to successfully pull off an attack in stage combat, a creature must make an attack roll higher than their target's AC. If they meet or surpass the AC, that is a successful and safe attack. If they roll lower, that attack instead actually hits their target, dealing them the weapon's damage. The target then must make a performance check. If they're hit, they must make a performance check with a DC equal to 5 plus the damage taken, or else the audience will lose amazement equal to the damage taken as they get stressed as they see real injuries happen on stage. Any individual trained in stage combat makes all attacks with advantage, and any individual with less than half of their maximum HP remaining makes all attacks at disadvantage because they're hurt. Stage combat is the simulated illusion of violence. Shut up, Sean. This is D&D stage combat. Yeah, no, me too. I've got those buzzwords in my brain. Anyway, a successful attack is impressive to an audience, so instead of rolling damage as normal, the attacker will roll the weapon's dice and add their performance modifier to that roll. Depending on the creativity of the attack made, the DM, me, may award bonus dice from a D4 to a D12 that sits atop this damage. The total you roll is added to the audience's amazement score. On your turn, you may choose to begin a maneuver. A maneuver can be anything from a dive roll to fighting atop a spinning wheel, and it must include at least 2 members of the stage combat. Should you want to attempt a maneuver, you have to propose the maneuver. Whoever else wants to join can say they want to, then you hold your action until the final member of the maneuver to try to pull it off. When it triggers, I will call for an appropriate check, acrobatics for a high-flying trick, sleight of hand for an impressive flourish, athletics for a feat of strength, performance for fighting blindfolded, etc. And the participants in the maneuver then must make that check. Your results are averaged for the combined effect. If the average is less than 10, that's a failed maneuver. The audience loses 30 amazement. 11 to a 13 is a passable maneuver. The audience gains 10 amazement. A 14 to 16 is a deft maneuver. The audience gains 25 amazement. And 17 to 20 is an impressive maneuver. The audience gains 40 amazement. If the average is above 20, that is an impossible feat. The audience gains 75 amazement. And you have advantage on attacks on your next round. Before it begins, and I have done this, I will set a number of rounds as well as the amazement score that you must reach. You will know the amazement score you're trying to reach before the thing, as well as the number of rounds. The encounter ends if the audience amazement score... If you hit the score, that's a success. If it's lower than that, or a participant falls unconscious, that's a failure. And in terms of theatrical, the audience will be pissed off if it's a failure, and they'll be happy if it's a success. But yeah, that's stage combat. You can spend the day sort of learning the fight. So there's 2 fights in this show, and these 3 are the primary combatants. The first one happens, it's Act 1, Scene 3. It happens because Varen, the paladin, who you're doubling for, he's a prose character who likes to speak in verse because he wants to be higher than his station, but he doesn't know how to do that, so he just says words wrong, and he unwittingly insults the barbarian queen Herdgut and her bodyguard Smeth to the point of a fight in the square. It's a comedic fight. There's you're in the middle of a market, there's flour all over the stage, there's market stalls, there's different levels and stuff. It's a comedic fight, and it is stopped by Astrade, the main character, who comes in and explains the misunderstanding. That's not you, you're Herdgut. Astrade is someone else.
Herdgut.
Yeah. You're Herdgut, Shandi is Smith, and Septin is Varen. The second fight is the second to last scene of the play, Act 5, Scene 7. It is the final climactic fight against the Duke Maltruccio, who has revealed himself... Well, Astrade has revealed his draconic form, and has to show Varen firsthand because he doesn't believe it otherwise. They fight the dragon. Varen is killed, but in fact, Astrade, who's secretly a arcane caster, has teleported him away to tell the town of what he's seen. And then the town comes, and together they drive Maltruccio away. So those are the 2 scenes. The first one, comedic, fun, whatever. The second one, big, scary dragon fight. You know that there is a massive dragon puppet operated by 3 different individuals, and you'll be fighting against that. You also know that about halfway through that fight, there is a giant blast of fire that comes out of its mouth, even though it's a green dragon. So you should be prepared for that maneuver, because that's a mandatory maneuver. So those are the fights, and you can prepare for them all day, you know.
Hell yeah.
There's gonna be basically the scene's gonna happen. The scene's gonna happen, and then your mom is gonna hit an actual sack of flour, creating sort of a smoke screen while you guys switch places. All the characters fight in mask, by the way. That's just part of sort of Adair stage combat, is characters fight in mask, so it's easy enough. And the second one, there's just gonna, as the puppet comes out, the characters are gonna be driven off stage, and they're gonna switch place with you. So the quick change, you practice the quick changes as well. That's kind of more difficult than the fights. You can wear as much or as little armor for this as you'd like. You're wearing fake armor, Septin. You're in fake plate mail, and you're using a prop longsword for this. The 2 of you are in sort of fake fur armor, and you're using clubs. Well, there's a club and a spear, and whoever prefers whichever one can use it.
Does the longsword use longsword statistics?
Yes, it does.
Ugh. And do I have the stats of plate?
No, you don't have the stats of plate. Unless you want it to be real plate. Remember, you're trying... The lower the AC you have, the better, because you want your friends to hit you.
Right, okay,
it's fake plate mail. You could wear your real armor under it if you'd like, or you could just not.
I mean, it would make sense to not.
Yeah.
But that still keeps my AC pretty high.
That's the difficulty. Stage combat's hard. Not supposed to be easy. Anyway, and Una, I should note that last night, as you attuned to your maces, you learned what they did. You can uncover that picture that I most recently sent in the thing. they are, and the names came to you almost in a dream. These maces are called Ornick and Adnir, the Celestial
Picture
Pillars.
or which
The
picture?
like sideways one, not the last one I sent, but the one above it.
Okay,
It's Ornick and Adnir, the Celestial Pillars. That was a sound. No, your mic went weird. Anyway, basically, when you successfully make an attack with a Dark Mace, Ornick, you may reduce its damage by 1d6 to a minimum of 1 in order to give the Light Mace, Adnir, 1 charge of Radiance. When you make a successful attack with the Light Mace, you immediately expend all charges of Radiance, dealing 1d8 radiant damage per charge.
cool.
And that is how they work. And you know that they are called, like, in your dream, like a whispered voice in your head, in your dreams. It's not like somebody talking to you. It's just like, you know, dream. You see them in front of you and you know that that is what they're called. And there's this sort of a weird sense of gravity to these things. Like, these are ancient, powerful. Yep. Cool. So yeah, the day, you know, goes by. You learn as best you can until the night of the performance arrives. Which
Would
one?
you prefer the club or the spear?
Which one would I be? Would I be proficient in both? Or
I think they're both simple. So if you're proficient in
Yeah.
simple weapons, then yeah.
I'll take the club for
Okay.
comedic value.
Here you go.
Yeah, I mean, these two characters are comedic characters. They're the comedic prose characters. Most of their plot through this whole thing is getting in arguments with the paladin, because they think he's a jerk, and they're just like the comedic effect prose characters of the piece. But then they, you know, kill a dragon, so they're pretty cool at the end as well. Anyway, yeah, you practice all day, and then the night comes. I know in real life stage combat is precisely choreographed in practice, but we're, you know, winging it. You guys get to describe what attacks you're doing, what you're doing. And because it's the theater, we're going to be using theater of the imagination. There are no maps. Cool. So yeah, the night of the show approaches. You guys get all dressed up and ready. You sort of practice backstage, and before too long, the audience fills in. Una, this is an excitement. The energy of a play before opening or performance before opening is one that you recognize. Septin, it's sort of familiar, but this is definitely a different situation than you're used to at all. And Sean D, this is a whole new ball game. Never done anything like
He's
this.
just having a great time.
Yeah, I mean, it's you've fought in front of audiences before, but that wasn't this. You know, that was a very different experience. So, as the cast sort of is backstage getting ready, and Osnad comes over and claps you guys in the back and says, you're gonna do great out there. This afternoon was impressive. You've picked things up pretty quickly. I'm excited to see how it goes down. All right, break a leg. And he leaves. And the play begins. Your fight is in Act 1, Scene 3. So first play sort of passes by. What are your passive perceptions, by the way?
Insane.
I know yours is high.
Mine is 13.
Okay.
11.
All right, Una, you're the only one who notices it.
23. Sorry.
Yeah, you're the only one who notices it. You've heard this play before. You've read this play. You're vaguely familiar with it. Something happens in Act 1, Scene 2 that you've never heard happen before. It's probably because this is new text that they're using, but you hear Estrade, the main character, use the word peadoir. At the beginning of her monologue in that act, she uses the word peadoir.
Wait, I know that.
You
Why
do.
do I know that?
It's the doggo, right?
It was the. Right.
It was the
Was it
construct
specifically-
built from the dog, yeah.
The construct built from the dog or the dog?
The dog is a cool she,
That's right.
but this other thing that you've heard some things about around it, primarily from Aver Thrilsinian, peadoir, has to do with the dog. In fact, the
Okay.
verse goes like this. I wrote it. I wrote the whole thing. And I'm going to read it to you now. Now I'm nervous. All right. Peadawir, you stage a man of his base and vile demeanor against souls once great, whose fractured star, much like their father's heart, doth wane to see them balanced so? You far o'erreach your station, faithless Fay. Yet still, this game you've lain before my wit strikes deep to shake my sense of foul play. In truth, he cannot be surmised by such a paltry one-word title. Like the dark bird from the east, his conspirations spill forth from a birth of masked charity. As such, a thing like tyrant suits him not, for tyrant, all its faults aside, hides none of its mad grasps for rule. Though, through his sheen of false good faith he does, let one boast pass, that twixt the sheaf of innocence atop a housewife's reading desk, he is a beast who through his straining effortlessly makes their book spines bend. But, watchful Fay, you and I know what kind of man must crow like this, hind-folded hands and pike-filled baths. One needs but simply turn an ear to scholars' pleas and binderies to find his technique wanting. The parish, nay, he may take Palor as his sire, but his complexion does not match a faithful of the sun god. 'Tis a spot more fitting that he treats the psalms as Karth treats their own people. Hark, we have now just approached the task of asking, is he hero? Oh, a knight in white, our strongest man, our light, our hope, our savior. Oh, the smallest thoughts spent on this farce are tributes to the void. The mad chained god himself is not so spent to entertain this ruse. Maltruchio, the cursed soap lout, would even his most staunch and foolish lackeys lose to don the mask of hero. See thy error, Sylvanor? This, your fraternal claim twixt man and Moor, doth paint the last in unappealing light. Pray, hold your tongue, I've not forgot the one whose fate lies leagues beneath a legacy his brethren keep. This soul I do not count. Like Duke, its nature's poor, not fit to rule. They are the same, Maltruchio and Fool. And that's the speech. Yeah, strikes me as odd. I mean, the context of the speech is the Fae in the play, Sylvanor, compared the Duke to something, and that was her response. But before you have too much time to think about it, Act 1, Scene 3 shows up, and you are quickly rushed on stage as things come to blows. So, all right. You guys can choose your initiative, if you care. There's 3 of you in this combat. It is Septin as Varen versus Herdgut and Smeth, the 2 of you.
Is one side supposed to win?
It gets stopped before the fight ends.
Got it. Okay.
So who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Because I've done this before. Maybe.
And who's
maybe
second?
not.
I could go. Well, who's the aggressor in the scene?
The 2 of them are the aggressor.
Well,
because Varen just put his foot in his mouth.
Oh, in character. I love it.
Okay, I'll go second then.
Cool.
and I would go third.
Great. Sounds good. All right. Round 1 of... let me tell you. Okay, this first fight, there are 6 rounds with the amazement goal of 80. 80 is what you're trying to hit in 6 rounds. Round 1 begins with you, Una. What do you want to do?
It's Una. She's not gonna go for a maneuver
Okay.
right away. I'm gonna try to stage attack.
Any particular way you want to do that, or you just attack? The scene around you, it's a market square. There's fake food, there's goods, there's an upper level that you could theoretically climb up onto.
I want to, okay, maybe this will turn into a maneuver, but I want to climb up one of the little market stalls and club down on...
Okay, yeah, that's not a maneuver. You can just do that.
Okay.
And I will award you.
You better move, Septin.
I'll award you a D8 extra damage for that.
Cool. Damage? I don't want to hurt him though.
Damn it, amazement. All right, go ahead and make your attack roll against his AC. And remember,
Okay.
I don't know if you guys were wearing armor or not. I think you said you took it off, right?
Yeah, I took mine off.
Yep.
I know
Which only
Septin
takes it
did.
down by like 2, but...
Yeah, I was gonna say my AC is still 14.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead and make your attack with your club.
Boop. That's a nat 20.
All right, that's a critical hit. That's a very good. You run upstairs
Oh,
and
right.
you drop on him, and he very convincingly reacts as though you almost hit him. It's incredible. So you get double dice. So you get club damage, d6 plus your performance modifier.
Do I double?
You double
Wait,
both. You double the dice. So whatever the club's damage is, your bonus d6, and then you just add your performance bonus modifier.
Doing this on an iPad, and
No
I
worries.
don't like it. Okay. My performance. That's gonna make this not great. Oh, performance doesn't add anything.
Cool. So it's just your dice then, and you can double them.
Cool. And then an extra D8,
Yeah, that's what I said. Right?
you said? Yeah. Cool. That'll be 11.
11. Nice. Cool. As you swing down and Septin sort of backs out of the way convincingly, and Anos goes, "Whoa!" All right, Sean D, you're up.
Follow.
Oh, he's frozen. Boy's
We
frozen.
got frozen.
We got a froze D. He looks so smug too.
I'm frozen. What are you gonna do about it?
He's just chilling.
In the meantime, Septin, why don't you take your turn?
I was gonna. Una, would you like to perform a maneuver?
Yeah.
Do I like?
Describe the maneuver now. Yeah.
Okay.
And whoever wants to join, you can specify. But whoever
Well, I was
wants
gonna
to
say
join says-
after Una jumping down and almost hitting Septin, Septin's gonna attempt to pick up and throw Una into
Great.
like a pile of flour, hay, or whatever soft object is in the market.
Yeah, cool. That's good. So you decide to attempt that maneuver, and you will hold your turn until Una's turn to make it happen. Sean D, what do you want to do?
Am I home now?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
you're back. You're back.
I'm going to, like, sort of mimicking what Shandi thinks a barbarian would do. He's gonna run with the spear overhead like this and try to crack the shaft of it down on
Cool.
Septin's head.
Go ahead and make your attack roll.
Not using the pointy end of the spear at all.
19.
Is that it? Yeah, that's good. All right,
Yep,
so
that
you,
hits.
you run.
Good.
So Una jumps down. You dodge out of the way. You're almost off balance, but then he comes charging at you, so you duck under it, and he like blows past you and hits the ground behind you. And now, as it comes back to Una's turn at the top of round 2, you can try your maneuver. That's going to be athletics for you and acrobatics for athletics for Septin, acrobatics for Una to not like hit your head when you get thrown.
Sean, do you need to roll damage?
Oh yeah, roll
amazement?
damage. Sorry, yeah. Roll amazement. My bad.
And we can start rolling this stuff.
Yeah. Since you didn't hit with the pointy end, I'm going to give you an additional d6.
Sorry, what?
You get an additional bonus d6.
Okay. That's gonna be... It's gonna be like 4 amazement.
That's fine. 4 amazement. Plus 4. Cool. All right, now we come to the maneuver. What'd you get?
Got a nat 20 plus 7 on the throw.
27. Sick.
18.
18. I gotta do fucking math. I didn't think about this. This might be an impossible feat. Yeah, sure is, dude. You go. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, you. As he dodges back, you run up and you huck Una, like, straight up. And Una, you just backflip your way. Look, you're worried for a minute you're going to land on your head, but you land on your feet, and the crowd goes insane. People are standing up, and they're like, "Whoa!" This fight just started, and things have gone freaking crazy already. So how much do you get for that? You get a lot. You get a fucking lot of amazement for that, don't you?
For the rules, it's 75 amazement.
So yeah, I mean, yeah. Now you just gotta not fuck it up for the rest of combat.
Look at this fella on camera.
Yeah, dog on stream.
That's so now that's 2 out of the 3.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if the third one will come over. She's chilling.
All right, Shandi, your turn again.
What kind of foods are around on these, like, market stalls?
Primarily like vegetables, but there's one that has meat hanging. Meat. It's all fake, but.
Okay. Shandi wants to rip, like, a big fake hunk of, like, lamb leg and try to smack Septin with that.
Okay, cool. All right, go ahead. It'll be an improvised weapon attack.
Okay.
So no provision. I don't know. I'm gonna give you a D12 of extra damage though for flavor here,
Okay.
or extra amazement. So go ahead and make the attack roll. Should be your D20 plus strength plus proficiency.
If there's proficiency, then
You're not proficient with improvised weapons.
Okay.
I don't think.
Okay, then that's gonna be an 8.
8. So you actually hit him in the back of the head. Go ahead and, well, luckily for you, the damage for an improvised weapon is 1.
Okay.
So you take 1 point of damage, Septin, and make a performance check for me. DC 6.
I make the performance check?
Yeah, to pretend like it didn't actually hurt.
Did you say DC 6?
6.
I can't fail it.
Cool. Yeah, you play it off as though
I don't need to roll.
Yeah.
My modifier is 7.
He doesn't hit you very hard, and you just sort of play it off pretty well, and the audience doesn't even notice. Cool. Your turn, Septin.
Septin's just gonna go for a normal attack with the longsword.
Great. On, I assume, Winfield, because Una's gone.
Yeah, we'll turn back. Winfield just hit me. I'll take the attack on Winfield. I need to look up what a longsword's damage die is, because I don't actually know.
It's a D8 one-handed, a D10 two-handed.
Oh, do I have the strength to two-hand it?
I don't know if you have the strength to one-hand it.
No, I do.
Well, two-handing's easier than one-handing.
Oh, then yeah, then I'll Septin will two-hand it.
Yeah.
I actually am proficient with longswords because I'm a Valor Bard.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a 22 to hit.
22 hits. Go ahead and roll your amazement. It's longsword damage, D10 plus performance.
8.
Dude, you don't need it.
That's the lowest I could have gotten.
Yeah. All right, that takes us to round 3. You're halfway there. Una, what are you up to?
Okay, I'm gonna
Wait, what was our goal for this?
just fight.
It was 80. You're at 98 right now.
So-
But you could fuck it up. You could ruin it and lose amazement, so.
I'm gonna offer a maneuver to Shandi
Great.
with the spear and try to clothesline.
Yeah.
Cool. Sounds good.
Why do I feel like I also am gonna need to be part of this?
You will. Yeah, you're all good. This
No,
round is going to be
actually fair.
the full round maneuver. So I need Septin to roll acrobatics, and the two of you. Acrobatics is fine too, I think. So I need the three of you to roll acrobatics for me.
We never roll acrobatics, and I have such good acrobatics. This
Well,
is...
here you go.
It's
Oh.
18.
18 from Una,
13.
13 from Septin,
Nat 20 plus 7 for Shandi.
27 from Shandi. Oh my god.
Do you want to be held like a baby?
All right, that is an impressive maneuver. The audience gains 40 amazement as Una hops down back on the other side, grabs the spear. As you hit him with your sword and knocked him away, and you're just like, from off stage, you can hear Hogarth reciting the line about how the might of the gods protects you as you turn away from them, and then they come behind you, and you, boom, you manage to make it look real convincing as you hit the ground hard. Cool. So that's round 3. We move to round 4. Una.
Oh.
On my map. Go over there. Go. Oh, they just lick each other's faces all day. And then it somehow turns into fighting. Cool. I'm just gonna take a regular swing
Cool.
at Septin. One of them, well, that makes sense. They stepped on my iPad, and now, hold on. They took it to another page. Alright. Swing, and it's 12.
12's gonna hit me.
That
Alright,
actually
go ahead and
hits
roll
me
the
well.
damage.
All that damage. Legit damage or with the performance instead of...
Legit damage.
Legit damage. That is 5.
5 points of damage. Alright, performance check with DC of 10, Septin.
Alright. Easy. 15.
15. Alright, yep. The audience doesn't know. You hit him, and ooh, it hurts, but you play it off good. Because he's on the ground, so you just hit him in the back, and you're like, Sean D.
Having been inspired by Una's creativity with the spear, Sean D would like to propose a maneuver with Septin,
Okay.
who's now on the ground. Sean D wants to back up and then use the spear to pole vault and land on Septin.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Septin, you willing to join that maneuver?
Yeah.
I mean, not actually land on you.
Yeah.
Or land on you in a way that doesn't break your back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Theoretically, he'll pole vault, and you'll roll out of the way, and he'll, land on his ass.
Okay.
So, cool. We take to Septin's turn. Acrobatics check from both of you.
I might need to get rid of this die because this is the third nat 20 I've rolled tonight.
So, 27.
Don't get rid of
27.
it. Don't get rid of it.
And you?
14 for me.
That's another impossible feat. Yeah, you guys are doing good. You were born for this. So Shandy backs up, and then he sticks the spear on the ground, and he vaults really high up in the air. And Septin, you look up, you've practiced this, and you roll to the side as Shandy, you manage to land on your heels first to cushion the blow so you don't take any damage, but you roll out of the way. People are like, and you gain fucking 75 more amazement. I don't think you could fuck this up even if you tried. But we could end it here, or we can keep going. Up to you, because we're in round 5. We got 2 more rounds left. Let's finish it out. Una, what are you up to? Now, Sean D is lying, just sitting on the ground, rubbing his ass, and Septin has stood back up onto his feet.
I'll join in the wounded fun, and propose a maneuver.
Cool.
Kind of I guess, taunt Septin to get him to hit me, and give him another, not throw me, but another big, maybe into a market stall or something.
Cool. Okay, yeah, so, yeah, I love it. All right, Septin, you in?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Cool. So
Would
it's...
that be a shoving attack, perhaps?
We'll call it a shoving attack. And Una, for you, it's acrobatics, because you're just trying not to hurt yourself on the...
I guess, is a shoving attack just athletics?
I'd call that athletics, yeah. Athletics for you, acrobatics for you, Una. Although, before this happens, there is a Shandi turn, before you can finish this one up. So what do you want to do, Shandi?
Okay.
So Una will taunt, and then you'll start getting up to go get him, but Shandi has a turn in the middle.
So Septin is going to be moving towards Una.
Yeah.
I want to try to roll off the ground and give him a smack on the butt with the spear in the direction that he's going.
Cool. So just make your spear attack roll and add a D8 of amazement to that.
That's a nat 1.
All right, that's gonna hit him, and you're gonna roll critical damage.
Not my butt.
Right in his ass. You're gonna stab him in the ass. Is what's
No,
gonna
I'm
happen.
I'm smashing.
I know,
again.
but you rolled
Oh.
you rolled a natural one, so you stabbed him in the ass.
Taking a critical stab in the ass.
So just the normal damage, but double your damage dice.
I'm proficient in simple weapons, right? I
Yeah.
would be as a fighter. Okay, so that's gonna be 4 damage.
That was doubled. That was dice doubled.
Doubled 8.
All right, 8 points of damage to you, Septin. Performance check, DC 13.
He's getting higher.
Yeah, you're taking more damage.
22.
You're good. You play it off as though it's supposed to happen. You get stabbed in the ass, and you're bleeding a little bit, but you use that momentum to run into Una. What are your checks?
Mine was 11.
11.
16 for the shove.
16. So 13 is a passable maneuver. It's not the most impressive one you've done, and it's a little messy because you got stabbed in the ass just a second ago, but the audience does gain 10 amazement. Cool, and that brings us to the final round. Una.
Not trying anything too risky. Gonna bounce back and just try to fake whack Septin.
Great, go for it.
18.
Cool.
You're good.
All right, go ahead and roll your damage. Your amazement, I should say.
Amazement. Boop. A. Doop.
Okay, two amazement. You don't need it. Sean D.
Yeah, I'm also just gonna go for another just standard whack over the head.
Great. Go ahead and roll that attack.
Not good. That is 2. Sorry, not 2. 8.
8. All right. Roll your damage.
So I have a really bad strength modifier.
So do I, but it's not.
That'll be 5 damage.
Cool. DC 10 performance check after you take 5 damage.
12.
12. Yeah, you're starting to not play it off so well, but this one hurts. But you play it off as though it's supposed to happen, and it's your turn.
Is this the last turn?
This is the last part of this combat before Estrade is going to
Can't
come
really
on.
do a maneuver, can I?
Not really, no.
Unless my one-man maneuver is actually...
What's your one-man maneuver?
There's, like, things around in the market, right?
Yeah.
Could I, like, empty a bucket of something and put the bucket over Shandi's head?
Yeah, you absolutely can do that. I'll have Shandi roll for this, even though his turn has already been spent. We'll call it a performance check from both of you.
Okay. It's a 12 for me.
Cool.
It's 11 for me.
It's gonna be a passable maneuver. It's funny, but after the things that happened earlier, people aren't so sure. And they don't have a ton of time to revel in it because Astrade comes on stage and starts yelling out in prose, and yelling out in prose at you guys, and that's your cue to like fight off stage and be replaced by the actual actors. But your goal was 80. You ended with 235. You're getting a standing ovation. People are cheering. People are screaming. As you go off stage, your dad comes over and is like, "That's the best. Una, I know you just went off to a big school, but are you sure we can't hire you guys to be stage combatants for us professionally?" That was incredible. That was incredible. That was amazing.
Is there a first aid kit back here?
Yeah, well, you can take a short rest.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
first aid, but there's no real healing. But you have time for a short rest because your next fight is like the second to last scene of a Shakespeare play. So
Yeah, right. I'll take a short rest because I am hurting.
yeah. All right.
Gandhi almost killed Septin.
Andy almost killed Septin.
But yeah, the people love you. It was incredible. People love it. Standing ovation. But yeah, you have an entire play to sit around. You can watch the show from the sidelines. You can watch it from the audience. You can do whatever you want. Is there anything anybody wants to do before your second combat, or are you good?
I want to heal.
Yeah, well, you can territorialize. That's fine.
I forget, do you add con when you're rolling
Yeah, it's your hit dice plus con.
to regain health?
Yeah, pretty
Oh,
sure.
Okay.
Whoever they've got, who's working backstage?
Willow is one of them,
Willow.
as well as several other people in the community that you recognize. Yeah.
Okay, not Willow because I know what she's doing, but the other ones I'm just gonna watch from the shadows. Like, don't fuck up my job.
Don't do my job wrong. Yeah, no, they're all
Yeah.
competent. They're all being paid. Maybe they're taking a couple of shortcuts, but nothing dangerous.
Does anyone know how to?
I'll be perfect.
Does anyone know how to bandage an ass? I don't know how to do that. I don't know what the rap is. For that.
Osnat says, I do. And he starts trying to help
Of course
you.
he does.
But yeah, alright. You hang out until your next fight, a much more climactic and intense fight this one is. The three of you against the dragon. You know two things. In the 5th round of combat, there's going to be a giant blast of fire, a maneuver you guys will all have to participate in, and the fight is supposed to end with Varen dead. The dragon doesn't take turns so much as reacts to your turns.
Wait, how do we fake that?
I don't know. Well, he gets teleported away.
Acting.
Boom. Acting.
Oh, he gets teleported away?
Later. Like, everyone sees him die, but he doesn't actually die. It's not real. It's an illusion. But that's not, like, you don't have to act out the illusion. That's just the text of the play. Anyway, you die. You end this dead.
I'm just like fake my death and like
Yeah.
lie down.
By the end of this. Do whatever you want. But we can jump right into that. This one takes place on a rocky cliff face. There are drop pads behind the set that you can jump down onto, but it won't be easy to get back onto the stage once you go there. Off stage left, there is a massive dragon head and 2 massive dragon claws being puppeted by stage crew. And okay, what order would you guys like to go in? Same order, different order?
Hold on. Before we go on stage, can I clap a can I take 12 seconds and clap an inspiration on each of them?
Absolutely, yeah.
You each have one
Inspire.
use of bardic inspiration.
And you can inspire while on
Inspiration
stage.
is-
It's part of your turn.
1d8 now.
Yeah, I guess I have a bonus action, don't I? Yes, it's a D8.
I think maneuver is going to take your whole turn, but if you're just attacking, like, whatever. All right, this round of stage combat, it's 10 rounds, and your amazement goal is 200. Which you beat last time, but, you know. I wrote these before I knew how this would work, so. All right, are you ready? You want the same order? Do you want a different order?
So we're on the same side.
You're all on the
against
same
dragon?
team fighting a dragon this time.
I don't know. You guys want to mix it up? Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, whoever has an idea first.
I've got an idea.
Cool.
Cool,
Septin
yeah.
can start, followed by Una, followed by Shandi.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Yep.
Are we ready?
One
Yeah.
second. Okay, so you head out on stage as the dragon puppet bursts from the side of the stage and faces you down. What do you want to do? Round 1.
And these are the same characters, correct?
Yes, same characters. It's the
Okay.
end of the play. You've grown a lot. Your character is in amazement that the Duke is actually a dragon. Like, you were on his side this whole time, but now he's a dragon. You're a paladin. You got to kill it.
Of course. Well, in a bit of thematic, the circle repeating, I'd like to initiate a maneuver where I throw Una up onto the dragon.
I love that. Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
you hold your action, and Una, you start yours. Athletics from Septin, acrobatics from Una. Oh, this isn't even the right music. Sorry, one sec. Cool. All right, what'd you get?
I got a 9
Uh-oh.
on the athletics.
Una, what'd you get? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I got a 5.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
That is a failed maneuver. So, you attempt to throw Una up on top of the dragon, but you throw her into the bottom of the dragon, and the teeth like dent a little bit. The audience loses 30 amazement. They're at negative 30. Shandi.
Okay. Having seen that fail, Shandi is going to, in a similar way of trying to tie things together, he's going to try to pole vault himself onto the dragon.
All right. Go ahead and make your acrobatics check.
10.
Yep, that's a failed maneuver. That's 30 more off their total as you hit like pretty much the same spot as they did. Things are looking rough. You can see your dad from off stage like looking at you confusedly, not sure what's going on. That's round 1. Round 2.
Ooh, okay.
If we did it again, they'll root for us more. It's
Third
the
time's-
underdog thing.
The third time's the charm. It works once, and then we fail, and that's the sad part, and then it works all of a sudden.
Rule of 3. Real theater stuff.
Do you really want to try again?
Unless you had a better idea.
You can change it up in any way if you'd like. Add somebody to the mix, do it slightly differently, or you could literally just do the exact same thing again if you want.
Oh. Can we do a full team maneuver?
Sure.
Okay. Here's the plan. We're gonna try again. I'm gonna throw Una, and Shandi's gonna like to Shandi, and Shandi's gonna
All right. Cool.
vault her the rest of the way. I don't know what the word for that is.
All right. Yeah, you scramble up. It's a little embarrassing. The audience looks confused and kind of distressed, but you grab her once again. You begin to throw her towards Shandi. I need acrobatics checks. Well, athletics from Septin, acrobatics from the two of you, because catching and throwing her is more acrobatics than athletics, I think.
Okay.
Is everyone okay with this plan?
Yeah.
15 from me.
15 from Shandi.
21 on the throw.
21 on the throw. And Una?
Nat 20.
Plus what?
23 total.
Hell yeah. That is an impressive maneuver. As the audience gains 40 amazement, you're almost out of the hole.
Hey.
Plus 40. As you throw her, catch, throw up, and you boom, smack this dragon on the noggin. As you bring it down, and the head comes down with you as though it were hurt. Cool. That's round 2. Top of round 3. Septin, what do you want to do?
Take it easy and make an attack.
All right. Any type of specific attack? You just attacking?
Well, just with the longsword, right?
Yeah. Anything you want to do that's fun, or just an attack? Remember, you can get bonus dice for creativity.
Let's see here. Are we we're like a little below the dragon on these rocks, right?
Yeah.
Could I do a little after throwing Una, do a little whoa, I'm gonna fall and swing.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Go for it. Make your attack roll, and I'll give you a D6 bonus dice.
That's an 18.
18 will hit. Oh, this dragon has an AC of 10, by the way. It's paper mache. It's not hard.
Okay. And that is
Your sword's damage plus D6 plus performance modifier.
$19.
19. Cool. Plus 19. Awesome. Yeah. You whoa, but then you swing and you hit up on its foot, and it's good. Everything looks great. Una.
I would assume maybe there's something around, or maybe I had as a prop like a rope.
For sure. Yeah, there's ropes.
I want to mimic that thing, where I guess Shandi could do this with me too, if he accepts. Where you see in the movies and the cartoons when they're trying to take down a big beast, so they try to rope it down.
Great.
Giving that illusion.
Yeah, awesome.
I can
Sure.
assist.
Cool.
I'd call that athletics from the both of you.
Okay.
19.
Nice.
13.
13, cool. Nope. All right, that is a deft maneuver as the audience gains 25 amazement as you run up and the two of you together start roping down this dragon's feet. And it, it starts reacting as though it's stuck and you like pretend that you're pulling it down. Cool, and that's the end of round 3. Round 4, Septin.
Septin's gonna try to hop like. I was gonna say try to hop like. Una's still on top of the dragon, right?
I think Una's come down because she's tying up the legs.
Oh,
at
I
this
guess
point.
I.
So she hit the
I'm
dragon,
down, that's right.
slid down, and then started tying.
Oh,
them.
yeah.
Yeah, it was sick. I mean, the puppet is built for that, but like it is cool as hell.
Septin's gonna see if he can jump basically like into the mouth of the dragon,
Oh,
make an
sick.
attack, and then like hop back out.
Rad. Okay, I'll add a D12 of bonus if you hit on this one.
Let's
The DC
see
is
if
going to be
we-
slightly higher because you're going inside a paper mache puppet.
Let's see if we can hit. Oh,
DC 12, by the way.
21 to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. You, as it starts to roar in frustration because of its bound feet, you leap into its mouth and stab upwards into nothing. But they don't know that. And then pull your sword out. Go ahead and roll that damage plus your D12 plus your thing.
Man. 15.
It's not bad. Cool. Yeah, and as you pull it out, the dragon even like leaks some like fire out a little bit, and the audience seems to really like that quite a bit. All right, Una.
So now I've slid down.
Yeah.
I've pulled. Can I try to scramble up, like making a loop around the dragon's neck?
Absolutely. Go ahead and I'll call this just an acrobatics check for you.
Okay. I would like to use my inspiration.
All right.
Okay. Only one on inspiration. 14.
14. That's a deft maneuver. Okay, cool. So they gain 25 amazement as you climb your way back up, and now you're like pulling the dragon's head back. Shandi, you're up, and you know as soon as your turn ends, giant gout of fire is coming out of that dragon's mouth.
Okay. And we will get a chance to roll for that, like when it happens, or
Yeah, it'll be a dexterity saving throw when the fire comes out. That's your next turn.
In that case, I'm just gonna go for a regular attack, completing this character's arc by finally actually stabbing with the spear.
All right, cool. All right, for the combat arc, I'll give you a D10 of extra of damage. There.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, you miss.
That's a 2.
Ooh, all right, roll normal spear damage.
Oh no, I'm gonna stab a man.
You're gonna stab a paper mache dragon, that's for sure.
But there's people in there, right?
Yeah.
That's 2 damage.
Okay, so the DC is 7 on this performance check, plus 0 for these people. Roll the 4. So the audience loses 2 amazement as you poke a hole in the dragon's side. But right after that, whoosh, fire comes out. Una, you don't have to make this save because you're on top of its head. But I need Shandi and Septin to make dexterity saving throws for me.
17.
Natural 20.
Hell yeah, dude. That is an impossible feat. Unsurprisingly, as fire comes out and, Shandi, you duck out of the way, and Septin, you literally like fucking backflip out of the way. I mean, you got some wires, but you do a sick backflip up out of the way, over the fire, and then it lands, and people are screaming. They're having a crazy time. They're like, this is incredible. Completely forgotten about your little mishap a second before. The audience, at the end of round 5, you're halfway there, is up to 137 amazement. All right, round 6, Septin, what do you want to do? As you've landed.
an idea a second ago, but
It's gone.
it is gone. Yeah, I'll just make an attack.
Cool. Go ahead,
My
roll.
brain went empty.
Fair enough. You just did a sick ass backflip. You're just like, fuck.
Blasted 20 hits.
That'll hit. Go ahead and roll your amazement, T10.
Ooh, 16.
Nice. As you land and then you run straight back up and slash upwards across this dragon. And it rears its head in response. Una, you're up on its back.
Yeah. There aren't any more blasts coming.
No,
right?
there's only one fire blast. Yeah, it's an expensive pyrotechnic. Not to mention dangerous.
I'm so tiny, but I'm on there, so I want to like try to swing around its muzzle, I suppose, and try to like close it.
Cool. Yeah. Acrobatics.
And maybe I'll give a little wink to the puppet.
Sure.
Not like
acrobatics.
that, but
No, because what's gonna happen is you're gonna try to do that, and then it's gonna shake you off. So the acrobatics is more of you like not getting hurt.
yeah, 17.
17, cool. It's impressive as you crawl down and try to get shaken off, but you instead of landing hard, you do sort of a land back roll up into a ready stance. The audience is back in it. It was a rough start, but they're with you now. Shandi.
Okay. I guess I'll try the stab move again.
Cool. Go for it. You only get a D6 bonus amazement this time because you kind of goofed it the first time. And it looks like the second time too. What'd you roll?
A 4.
Yeah, you actually hit the dragon. Go ahead and roll some damage.
I should just not use this spear ever. Alright, it's gonna be 4 damage as well.
4 points of damage. DC 9. They passed yeah, that's an 18. I thought it was an 8. They pass. No, the audience doesn't notice, but the dragon is getting... The puppet's getting pretty fucked at this point. It's been stabbed twice and hit twice by people. Anyway, round 7, Septin.
What
There's
score
three-
are we at?
193, I believe. The 3 of you are just standing in front of it. Battle line's drawn. You know, by the end of round 10, you need to be dead.
Okay, do I have to do anything for that? I'm really confused.
Yeah, I mean, how describe how you would die.
Okay, but not for a couple rounds, right?
You could do it now if you wanted, but you could also do it later. Up to you. Doesn't matter. There's drop pads. You could fall off the cliff if you wanted. You could just get cut down. It's up to you.
Okay. All right, then yeah, I'll think about that in a minute.
Okay.
For now, my character's a paladin, right?
He sure is.
In the story, is he like in good graces, or is he
Yeah.
like?
He's an idiot, but he's like devout. Yeah.
Okay, for my turn, instead of like making an attack, maybe this will be like a maneuver.
Sure.
Could I like turn upward towards a stage light? Stage light.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Yeah.
And then like bow my head and like make some sign with my hand,
Totally.
and then cast minor illusion to make my sword like flash.
I love that. Yeah. Go ahead and make a performance check. I'm gonna give you advantage for minor illusion. Dang it.
All right. Advantage. That's a 23.
All right, that's an impossible feat, and it is because it wasn't in the script either. So people have seen this show before, haven't seen this. It's some crazy shit. As you bow your head and put your sword on the ground, you mutter an incantation that's fake, and then your sword glows with a radiant light, and the crowd goes wild. They're like, there's real magic. They're using real magic in the show. They're going fucking bananas.
That's
Berserk.
frowned upon in the theater community.
They just don't do it usually, you know? I feel like magic's hard and theater artists are practicing other things, you know? Cool. Una.
Oh.
Because you now have a paladin with a flashing, glowing sword standing in front of you.
Cool. This is gonna be silly. But maybe with the magic of theater, I can make it work. So, I think I'm like hanging off of its mouth right now.
Yeah.
I want to do a fake Will Turner down the
Sure.
thing, but with a club. So maybe I'll angle it off, and really I'm just falling, but
Yeah.
making it
look like you're doing a cool attack.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you a D10 bonus for this. Go ahead and roll your attack.
Cool. Is the D10 for
Damage or amazement, yeah.
okay? Attack, you said.
Yep.
Cool.
With your club.
Boop. Okay, 16.
16 hits. Go ahead and roll club damage plus a D10 plus performance.
1. And D10. That will be a total of 10.
10. Nice. 10 amazement as you slide down this thing and it reacts in kind. As the actor playing Maltrucchio just starts roaring backstage. Cool, Shandi.
I would like to roar and then snap my spear in half over my knee.
Okay.
And then,
you're
I guess-
raging?
yeah.
Okay. And then are you going to attack or is that just all you're doing?
I don't know. It depends on if you would consider that.
That's a bonus. Raging is a bonus action. So
Okay.
I'd say you could do that as a bonus action.
Okay, then I'm gonna try to do a thing where I run up and jump and jab the
The broken
end of the spear into the dragon.
Great. All right. Yeah, I'll give you a D10 bonus to this for the rage.
Okay. To the initial roll or to the
To the
damage?
amazement, yeah. You gotta actually hit.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know how it is. It's
What was it?
Another 4.
Yeah, you're just gonna hit him. Go ahead and roll your real damage.
Is that still just spear damage?
Yeah, just spear damage.
Okay. 3.
Yep, pass. The puppet is looking tattered though. So at the top of every round from here on out, the audience is gonna lose 10 amazement. It's at half health. All right, speaking of which, top of round 8, audience loses 10 amazement. Septin, you're up.
This is round
8
8.
out of 10.
Okay. And I have to be dead by round 10.
End of round 10, yeah.
End of round 10.
You could die earlier if you'd like, though.
And
Like peace.
what did you say the options are? It's fall to the drop pads?
You could
or...
fall on the drop pads if you'd like behind the set, or you could just die on stage. It's up to you.
Okay. And the audience can't see the drop pads?
Yeah, no, it's back behind the set. Like behind a big rock.
Got it. Okay. Then I think for round... Okay, for round 8, I'm going to attempt to get up onto that rock, make an attack at the dragon, and then after making the attack, sort of lose my balance, pretend to start losing my balance.
Cool. Go ahead, just make your attack.
Alright. Nat 20.
Hell yeah! All right, that's good.
I'm scared this die might be weighted. I've been using it for like months
Yeah,
now.
I don't think it is. I think the luck's just on your side tonight, man. All right, critical amazement. So roll your dice, double it, and add your performance.
25.
Okay. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's you slash down at the dragon and it roars back and you start to lose your balance and the audience goes
Well, I would assume the sword is glowing until I make the attack and then it stops.
Yeah, as you can make a little flash too with your and like it rears back and you're like people are like, oh, he's gonna fall, and people in the audience are freaking out. All right, Una.
No. Could I, like, just react to that?
Yeah, you can make a performance check to just react.
Oh, of course. Whatever, I'll do it.
19? Nice! That's awesome. People seem to like your reaction. Shandi. It's believable. You did a good job. Yes.
Okay.
Shandi, who's just been tearing the puppet to pieces this whole
like
time.
afraid to attack it anymore. Can I? So the ropes are still on it, right?
Yeah. Sort of just draped around it.
I want to propose a solo maneuver where I use the rope to like swing up onto it and then like start trying to like ride it from on top.
Okay, cool. Acrobatics.
15.
15. Yep, you do it. You successfully get up on there. It's maybe not the most graceful thing people have ever seen, but like you make your way on up and you begin to fake ride it. It crumples a little bit from like the structural damage you've caused it, but like you're up there. All right, that is our end of round 8. At the top of round 9, the audience loses some amazement because the puppet's not looking so good. But they're still having a good time. Septin.
Septin's gonna take the fall.
All right, Septin takes the fall. Yeah. Okay. Make a performance check to make it look good.
Right, make it look like the dragon actually knocks me up.
As the dragon like rears over towards you. In fact, as you get up on the dragon, it starts reacting to you and knocks over into him.
Natural 20.
Holy shit, dog!
I'm actually kind of freaking out about how many times I've rolled a nat 20.
Holy shit!
My roommate gave me this dice. When he gets back, I might ask him if he bought me a way to die.
We've been using it for a long. You haven't been rolling that many 20s.
Yeah, and I've rolled like 8 tonight.
Just tonight.
All right.
Maybe the stage loves Septin. What can I say? This is gonna throw off the analytics, isn't it? But yeah, you fall back, and the
Really
audience gasps. There.
Maybe it's because I went to 2 theater shows this weekend. The theater's just
It's
too
like
strong.
in you. Yeah. All right, Una.
Okay, so I'm
Oh, you don't
seeing...
have to roll damage. It was a maneuver. So.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing the puppet falling apart.
Puppet's not looking so good. Yeah.
But I want to do something that would counteract that -10.
Okay.
Could I either like maybe there's some kind of smoke effect?
Sure.
Wait, I have silent image now.
You do.
How big is silent image?
I don't know.
15
It'll
foot
say.
cube.
Yeah, 50 foot. That's enough to like cover the face of this dragon for sure. Cool.
That's what I do.
Yeah, and the dragon looks fine again, and the audience like, whoa, ah! Well, because they don't notice it get better because they're watching the hero fall to his death, and then they
Right.
look back and the dragon looks more ferocious than it was before. So it tracks. Sean D, what are you up to?
All right. I guess while I'm up here, I want to like fake like a mighty tumble. I want to like buck around and then just go like
Great. Yeah.
falling off of it.
We'll call it performance to look convincing.
Okay.
What was it?
Nat 1.
No, that's bad. The audience is going to lose 30 amazement as you fall and like actually hurt yourself pretty bad. you're going to take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you like try to pretend to fall, but you just fall like straight down and like weirdly on your arm, and like it takes you a second to get up. And the audience is like, Nice. All right, and we lead into the final round, round 10. The audience does not lose amazement from the dragon looking bad, because it doesn't. Septin's out. Una, what do you want to do?
Wait.
Oh.
Septin, so the paladin is carried away magically, correct?
Yes.
From lying on the drop pads,
Uh-huh.
can I just make like a flash of light come up behind the rock?
Totally.
With a minor illusion?
Minor illusion. Yeah, I think you can do that. Go ahead and performance check for me.
Ugh, 9.
9. It's not the most noticeable thing in the world. It's a little distracting even. As they lose some amazement. Because it doesn't look that. It's just a 5-foot cube of light. And they're like, what was that? Una! Last round.
Does the dragon have to die?
No.
No. Okay.
Astraid comes in and talks to the dragon right after this.
God.
Buys time for you guys to get out of there and the townsfolk to come see the dragon.
Then, feeling a performance high that I've never felt before, I'm gonna do a dramatic exit off in fear.
Cool. Performance check. And you know what? I'll extend this maneuver to Sean D, who fucking fell off the dragon, if he wants to join in on this.
Yeah.
Cool. Performance checks from both of you.
I got a 17.
Nice.
I got a fucking 4.
Ooh.
Average out.
Yeah, you're good. It's passable. You're fine.
That dragon man sure is scary.
As you like, oh no! As you run off, exit pursued by paper mache. Exactly. As it starts to like follow you, Astraid runs on stage, and the play continues. So your goal there was 200. 333 is what you ended up with, so you killed it. Despite the issues you had, you did enough cool shit that people really, really liked it. And the play ends not too long after the townsfolk chase the Duke off. The play ends happily. Astraid becomes the new mayor, or the new Duke, and everyone's brought on stage for the curtain call, the three of you included. You come on, take off your masks, you bow next to your counterparts. Standing ovation, these tourists loved it, and the play goes off successfully. Congratulations. You did some stage.
How many I rode the whale wagon visors in the crowd?
Many I rode the whale wagon visors.
Majority.
You've got like a couple of serious theater scholars in the back, but most of them are just like most of them are whale wagon folk. But cool, yeah. The play is over. Everyone comes up to you, like the cast comes up and congratulates you and thanks you for helping out. And they're like, "That was incredible, like really cool." The puppeteers are like, good effort to you, Shandi. As they're like now starting to fix the puppet backstage. Yeah.
I really gotta pee.
No worries, go for it. But yeah, it is a successful night. You're treated, Osnad treats you all, and the cast as well, to a night out at a restaurant down in the Coastal Pass. It's really nice. It's good seafood. It's tasty. You've had seafood before, even if you haven't seen the ocean. Well, maybe not Septin, but Shandi has, definitely living in the Resk estate. But it's like good, beachy seafood. It's not fancy, but it's not just like a fucking crab shack either. So like it's good. It's tasty.
We've had eel.
You have had eel. This isn't that. It's more, langoustine
and eel has had me.
That's true. It has. Speaking of Septin's character getting teleported out of danger. Cool. But yeah, you have langoustine, mussels, seafood linguine, all sorts of great stuff. It's nice. Yeah, and you spend the night there, and then the cast sort of retires. Osnad goes home because his friends are gonna be arriving pretty soon. He needs to set them up at their place, and the three of you are left to do whatever you want with the rest of your evening. It's probably 7 p.m. You can go home, you can go to sleep, you can go out, hit the town, whatever you want to do. Hogarth and Willow are hanging out, but they are gonna probably head to bed early-ish because they have a shift at the beverage stand tomorrow that they have to go to. Tomorrow being Saturday, of course.
Well, what do you think, Shandi? Shall we leave the hero life behind and return to performing?
Well, despite our success tonight, I don't know that I'm particularly cut out for this sort of thing. I wouldn't want to subject any more puppets to my wrath.
Yeah, you gotta.
Or fellow actors. I should apologize for the trauma I caused you.
Oh, it's all right. I've I was gonna say I've taken worse from other people on stage, but I don't know if that's true.
Una's in the bathroom in
Una's in
in
the
canon
bathroom.
as well, so you
Canon.
guys are just sort of there hanging out.
Time for
Well,
awkward boy talk.
Little doggy bags.
Yeah, Shandi does have something that he wants to say, but he's gonna wait for Una to
Yeah,
return.
Una makes her way back from the bathroom.
I wanted to wait until after the performance to speak with you two about this, but I won't be staying here for the full 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. Are you-
In about a week and a half, I'll be returning to the capital for a brief stay, and then going straight back to Hagen from there.
Is everything all right?
I think so. Yes, I'm going to settle things. I can't have my personal issues affecting us as a whole any longer. I just need to put this aside until I can handle it on my own.
I see. This is the thing with Resk.
Yes, he's not so subtly threatened the rest of you. Should I not return to his service immediately? So I'm going to smooth things over with him, play the part until such a day when I can do something else about it. He's invited the both of you to come dine with us as well, but I assume that that's not something you're interested in.
Well,
I'm in two minds of
It
it.
would be a very bad time for both of you, I can imagine.
You think we're any safer here?
I would say, to a considerable degree, yes.
I wouldn't be so sure, lad. And as you turn to see the voice, another patron of the restaurant stands up. You didn't recognize him earlier, but it is in fact the bald man. The two of you recognize him from the bent nail. Shandi, you recognize him from other things. Stands up, sort of approaches you slowly. Though I'm glad that you've made this choice. I'm not in the business of making orphans as much as I try to be. As he looks at you, Una. I'll relay your message to the master.
Oh, here. Hands him the letter that I was going to mail tomorrow.
He grabs it. It's a wise choice, lad. There's not much wisdom in refusing a man like Resk. Before I go, lad, piece of free advice on the sake of her memory. People like Althea Resk are best dealt with from nearby. Now I hope I don't see you again. He sort of takes the letter and melts off into the distance. The implications of what he said sort of hang over you guys, turning sort of a celebratory night into a less pleasant one.
Well, I suppose we should just try to enjoy the next week or so.
Yeah.
Anyways, I suppose I should turn in.
I guess probably best if we stick together until you head off.
Yes, though, I don't think we'll be in danger once my message reaches him.
will he still expect you to come see him?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
If you don't mind me asking, are you, returning to his service, as it were?
I suppose so, yes.
Or at
I'll-
least...
I'll be taking orders from him again, if that's what you mean.
It is. I can't throw stones in that area, so do what you have to for as long as you have to.
Do you... Like... Of course, if it was completely up to me, I do not want to speak with him at all. But if you think it's safer for all of us to go, what do you think?
His letter didn't mention any, like, their presence, like, affecting his...
He said
Animosity,
he said to invite your friends if they are interested.
Okay. Yeah.
It seemed like an offering of truce, like bring your friends. Though he did put friends in quotation marks. Likely in reference to his previous letter. Because you don't get friends.
I think it was more a formality. I don't think he cares either way, whether you attend or not. I think he really just needs me back in his service. And as long as I'm willing to agree to that, no harm should come to the rest of you.
We all seem to have a, cloud over our heads. Sorry, Una. Maybe a bad way to phrase that.
I mean,
It's an expression. I'm sorry.
I know.
I really didn't mean it. I know I
know.
messed with you, but I really didn't mean it that time.
I know.
We all seem to have something we're dealing with. Perhaps best if we, wait it out for a while until we're the ones who can call the shots. Resk is powerful. People I've made deals with are powerful. Una, I don't know what your thing is, even. Heather, the same way.
Might not even have it. Might not even be a thing.
Right, might not be real.
It's fine.
But we're supposed to be the heroes of the realm. I figure at some point we'll be powerful enough to deal with these. I say we keep our heads down until then.
That does appear to be the best course of action.
Yeah.
We'll do what we did tonight. We'll act. Make it look good for a while.
Cool.
I wonder how Tether and Turn are doing.
Cut to Turn getting his horn sawed off in the Withered Queen's court, and Tether's raising a zombie. Cool. Is there anything else anyone wants to do tonight, or you want to retire for the night?
Go bed.
Cool. You go to bed. You remember the mention of Peadoir in the play, if you do want to look into that. I'm sure you could. And...
Oh wait, yeah.
I figured you just forgot because we did 2 combats right in a row, but thought I'd remind you guys. That did get brought up.
Yeah. And Peadoir still confuses me. So.
It should probably confuse Una as well. It's not the clearest thing yet.
Yeah. I was gonna mention it to them. Like, did you guys hear anything weird? I only noticed it was weird because I've heard the play before.
Right. I don't know the play well enough to pick out what's there.
What is it supposed to say, Blake?
Puppet Master. Which this speech is not very popular. People don't perform it very often because Puppet Master would make it an irregular line to begin the speech with, and that made Estrade seem like confused and unsure of herself, which is not really part of her character. But Peaduir makes it a regular line, and it fits. Yeah.
And they said this. So this is the text that was recently.
This is the original text that was recently found. Yeah, in Salos.
And they used the word Peaduir.
Peaduir, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you said they switched Puppet Master for Peaduir?
Puppet Master is plural, but yeah. So the text, as people had known for a long time, began with the word Puppet Masters, but that seems to have been a translation of a term, Peaduir. Yeah. You could look into the text, you could ask your dad about it. There's probably many theories about what this means, what it used to mean, what it means now.
Peaduir is the puppeted Puppet Master.
That's what
I talked to Averith about it. Yeah.
Yeah, Averith, yeah.
Isn't it also the thing Brahm let through?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And when was the play written?
Oh, centuries ago.
Okay. Very, very old.
Very, very old. Yeah, centuries before Brahm let anything through, certainly.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can look into that more tonight, tomorrow, whenever, but your dad's your parents are theater scholars,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
you could probably get a lot out of him about it.
Yeah. I'll go ask my dad about it.
Cool. He's still up. He's probably just, by the time you guys get home, just getting home from getting his friends situated in their rental. He's like, great job tonight, Una. All of you. Incredible work. Even if it did get a little violent there, Jean D.
Yes, apologies for the puppet.
It's fine. Nothing that can't be fixed.
Dad, I
Yeah.
noticed something a little different in one of the monologues.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's the original text. There's little changes here and there. I think that they often enhance. Which one in particular?
Peaduir?
Oh, yes! Act 1, Scene 2. Very good. Here, let me... And he sort of wrestles around his bag and he pulls out his copy of the script and he sort of flips open to the page. You guys can check out the picture that I sent you guys, the most recent one. That is the verse's text included with his notes. But he goes through it a little bit. He's like, yes, originally it was a puppet master. That's what they called it. But and for that reason, we thought it just sort of represented, statesmen or important figures in society. Peaduir, maybe it's different. It's not something I've ever heard of, but I've been told that it's a rough translation to puppet masters. But it's exciting because it makes it regular now. There's a couple of interesting things in here. She references a dark bird from the east, and that could be a number of different things. But the structure of the poem, she compares Maltruchio to 5 different entities. The tyrant, the beast, the parish, the hero, and the fool. There's different interpretations of that. Some people think that that's just generically, the clergymen of Salos, the rulers of Salos, the paladins and heroes about the place. Some people have assigned specific individuals to those titles that would have been alive in Adair's time. But that's what it is. That's what we've been thinking so far. Because the line before it, Sylvanor says, "Forsooth his wisdom hath no end. This town is better for him, is it not? Admired he is, much like the constructs of my kind." Now Sylvanor's a fae, where constructs of his kind, reads to be the societal structures. That's what we've been finding so far. He's goading her into complimenting Maltruchio, but she has none of it. But she does weirdly seem to hold this Peaduir in high regard. Higher regard than you'd expect a character like this to hold a tyrant, a clergyman, a fool, even. Although she specifically holds the fool in fairly low regard. So that's...
Yeah.
Septin?
No. Art and theater are open to any interpretation.
Sure.
Peyaduir is a Fey word,
Oh,
from my understanding.
okay.
Puppet master is one translation. It's close.
All right.
But it's also a literal thing, from my understanding. There is something that is a Peyaduir. The other words used make me nervous.
Yes.
Such as perish, and Septin's gonna look at Una and
You have
And
something
Shanti.
against the Seleucian clergy? It's a joke.
again, another word that gets used for multiple things. What were the other things
The
listed?
5 in order. Yeah. Go for it.
Perish, hero, fool.
Yeah, and tyrant and beast at the top there.
Hero. The translation I had heard of Peyaduir is not puppet master, but puppeted puppet master.
Interesting. From the mouth of someone who lived in the Feywild. All right, and he starts like taking notes in the margins. Interesting, puppeted puppet master. And you say this is a thing, a creature?
Hard to say.
And being
A thing of legend.
Thing of legend. Well, that that tracks with this. This is groundbreaking theatrical research here. Thank you. Yes, the thing of legend. Interesting that she has some respect for, or at least reverence for. Respect doesn't really track over.
Mr. Notwise.
Yes.
Mr. Notwise. Maybe be careful with how much you dig into this. It's
Do you think there's
theatrical
danger
research.
here?
It's theatrical research, but it's also research of a real Peyaduir become dangerous, from my understanding.
Dangerous. I suppose with a name like Tyrant or Beast, that makes sense. But Hero and Perish? Those tend to be pleasant things, and a fool isn't much to worry about. But I'll be cautious. I mean, I won't dig my nose in too deep anywhere, but this is intriguing to me. I never thought of the Peyaduir at all. I thought it was just a translation, a Sylvan word she picked up from her time in the Feywild. But if it's a real thing, I mean that changes the speech entirely.
Well, it could be. It could also just be a usage of the term.
Perhaps.
Some words mean two things.
But Adair didn't put things in on accident. She wrote specifically. I'd imagine if this thing exists, this is what she was referring to. Straight is a character who likes to show her intellect. And referencing a thing of legend in the Feywild, well, that'd be a perfect way to do so. Interesting. Here, I was going to talk to you about how the Seleucian reading desk refers to a bed for the inner innuendo of books, but this is way more interesting. Tyrant, beast, perish, hero, fool.
In legend, the Peyaduir made 5 magical constructs. No, the Peyaduir are 5 magical constructs.
Well, he says the constructs of my kind, so well, that cinches it. He must be talking about this Peyaduir you speak of.
Right. A few friends of ours were looking into this.
Didn't Brom say he let in 5 things? Was that there was 5 somewhere?
He beat
Ellie mentioned 5.
Yeah. Brom's story is some things got in. One of them possessed the woman who started acting like a mad animal, so he had to beat it back through the gate. I didn't hear what you said there.
What was the 5? Why am I...
5 came from elsewhere. Other people
Okay.
mentioned 5 pay to ear.
I think Ellie.
It was either Ellie or Averth, yeah.
Yeah, Averth brought up some other stuff. Averth brought up puppeted puppet master. Ellie brought up 5 magical constructs.
Wow, this is fascinating, frankly. I'll leave this with you. If you want to keep discussing it, I have to get to bed.
Thank you.
I've got to teach these new actors everything tomorrow, but thank you for elucidating this for me. I mean, I could write a paper about this. He sort of chuckles to himself and wanders off upstairs.
Una, I'm very sorry for getting your dad involved in this.
It's fine. I don't think... Like, how...
I don't think knowing what it is gonna get him in danger,
Yeah.
but the idea that we may have interacted with or ran into a Pea-Duir, or was it a cool she?
They're connected. Averth told you that those Pea-Duir are connected to the Kulshi.
Right. We destroyed something called the Parish that is connected to the Pea-Duir. There's 5 of them. We're here. And they're... I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yep. I don't like not knowing. Well, good night.
Yes, this has been a lot for one evening.
Got to process some things.
Indeed it has been.
As I guess I pass my dad in the hall.
Yeah, going to the
and
bathroom. His brushes.
Yeah. In his head, I just want to be like, look, don't be like alarmed. Just maybe don't publish anything until I tell you you can.
It says, "I'll wait for your word." It sort of gives you a nuzzle.
Cool.
Mouth is full with his toothbrush. But... Cool. You gonna head to bed?
Yeah.
Great. Alright, y'all head to bed. Sleep the night away. The morning
My head
comes!
hurts.
What?
Big brain time.
Yeah, it's sort of complicated. I'm giving you clues. One day maybe you'll piece them together.
It's alright.
But yeah, you wake up and frankly the rest of the vacation is yours. You don't have any obligations. You can do whatever the hell you want. You can go hang out on the beach. You can go to a worse place and have the bad dinner. You can go.
I mean, the bad dinner's happening for me whether I like it or not.
Yeah.
Taking them to the beach.
Yeah, cool beach day. So yeah, Una takes you down to across the boardwalks over to Coastal Pass, and you on this beautiful Saturday morning, mid-morning, you hang out on a beach for the first time ever. The sand is warm. There's people all around. Yeah.
Una's got all the like beach bags packed. Does fantasy sunscreen exist? Because
Yeah,
she's making
sunscreen
sure
absolutely
that you,
exists. Yeah.
she's making sure that you sunscreen up. Maybe it's in a potion form. Who knows?
It's the same. It is. It's the same principle as mage armor, but it specifically blocks out sun rays. It's a Magitech creation. Design more.
Our Willow and
Willow and Hargarth are working together in a drink stand. Imagine in season 2 Stranger Things with Steve Harrington working at the ice cream shop. Like they're dressed up in the stupid uniforms and they have to say the stupid things.
Yeah.
They're miserable.
Oh, we're going there every chance we get.
Yeah.
You know it.
And they increasingly get frustrated with you as they can't. Like, yeah, they have to follow their protocol, and no matter what you ask them, they have to, like, respond with a smile sort of deal.
I'll be like, ask for the most ridiculous off-menu order.
Hogarth's like, sorry, bro, we don't make that, unfortunately, but you could have these other drinks. And Willow is just staring daggers at you, Una. You get your drinks.
We're going in.
Listen, it's all fun and games, but I'm serious. Before we leave, embarrassing stories about Una, all right?
Thank you for your service, sir.
To both Hogarth and Willow with that one.
Yeah, Willow sort of just smirks a little bit. And does a little bow to you, Shandi.
Shandi bows back.
This goes on for hours. Yeah.
Yeah, but what else do you want to get up to today on the beach? On your beach day. In fact, it's a beach week. Like, really, you don't have to do shit for the rest of the week. So, we could split this RP out over the week.
Are there boardwalk
we got
games?
boogie boards.
Oh, you got boogie boards? There's boardwalk games for sure, yeah. There's a little festival, carnival stuff set up on the boardwalk.
Shandi sees the prizes for the boardwalk games and decides that he must have one.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the games are copper a piece, like, to play, so it's not...
Infinite tries for Shandi.
Pretty much, yeah.
Is it finally time for fantasy bowling to make a return? To
No,
Dungeon
it's
Party?
not!
I think chat. Let us know if
Bowling
you
has
want
been
fantasy
outlawed! By God!
Bowling. We all know that fantasy bowling was the best arc of season 1.
Sure wasn't. That was episode, like, fucking 2, when you guys were just like, fuck it, we're going bowling. Ugh.
Chat going nuts.
I don't have the rules for fantasy bowling on my computer right now, but
Fantasy mini golf.
maybe I'll fix the fantasy bowling rules and we can bowl again someday.
When
Maybe.
there's like, when the like low tide hits in the week, I'm showing them all the little tide
The
pools
tide
and the
pools.
little creatures.
Yeah, a little crab grabs Shandi's toe.
Disgusted. Disgusted by the little creatures.
Yeah, no, I mean it's a good week. Shandi, I'm sure eventually you managed to win like a fluffy bullet or something like of that caliber.
Fluffy bullet.
Yeah.
Love
I mean, the games are rigged, so it's really hard for you to win anything, but eventually, through sheer force of will and just practicing day after day, like the same guy running the stand every single time is like, oh, you're back, but you like practice day after day until you beat how rigged it is and you win yourself like a this big fluffy bullet.
Hell yeah. I like how my inventory is now half the things in my inventory are stupid.
What do you mean, pointless? Fluffy bullet is worth its weight in gold.
Boys' room is gonna be 15 rapiers, a vat of sword polishing oil, and a fluffy bullet.
And birds.
Birds.
And a milkmaid uniform hanging
Milkmaid
out.
uniform.
Milkmaid uniform.
Goblin porn. That's canonically in there.
There's goblin
Yeah.
porn in there.
Yeah.
The whale wagon visor.
Damn, Septin has no belonging.
Nah, Septin doesn't have stuff. Tracks, I guess. Yeah, anybody going swimming, going boogie boarding, going fishing, anything you guys want to do while you're here on the beach?
I'll
Having
go
fun?
I'll go swimming. I don't know if
man.
Septin's ever experienced waves and like...
Yeah, it's
I
a
know we've come
lot.
across rivers and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. You've experienced like swimming, but like the waves are a lot. Like the way the water moves is like Una probably has to teach you how to boogie board. Maybe Hogarth on his break like shows you some pointers. Hogarth definitely surfs, by the way.
Yeah.
So if anybody wants to try to learn how to surf, he can try to teach you.
Oh, I'm in.
Yeah. All right. Let's make an athletics check, Septin, to determine how good you are at
You know, after
surfing.
blast ball,
Yeah, man.
surfing is only the next logical
Obviously,
progression. 26.
Yeah, dude, you're a fucking natural. By the end of your time here, you and Hogarth are fucking ripping mad waves. It's crazy. Yeah, you
Hopping back and forth between the boards.
Yeah, no, dude, you like go on a cool run as the sundown's going, and you're both in your swim trunks, like arms over each other's shoulders, being like, "I was sick as hell, bro." And Willow, as they come back, is like, "Oh, look, it's Hogarth 1 and Hogarth 2 back from their surfing expedition."
Oh, just
That's
Septin.
Gandhi leans over. No, his name is Septin. I'm sorry, you just met him, but...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the protocol.
That's Sogarth and Hepton to you, Willow. No, to you, Una 2.
Oh, God, there's 2 of them. And Hogarth is like, "Hell yeah, your friends rule, Una." In fact, like, yeah, as the week goes on, as it's nearing Shandi's, like, time to leave, Bogart's gonna be like, "Yeah," pull you Una aside and say, "Yeah, Willow was saying that she wants to set up, like, a visit for us to, like, come see you guys up in Kelshar. That'd be awesome. Is there, like, a time that'd be good for us to come up? I mean..."
What does my schedule say?
Well, there isn't one at this point, because you went to hell for a couple weeks, so everything's screwed up. So the reason you have off right now is the teachers are trying to figure out what the rest of the semester, in fact, the rest of the term, looks like.
Ooh, I will get back to you.
All right. I mean, you know where to reach us?
Yeah, I'll send you a letter, or
Great.
like I'll get one of the messaging mages again.
All right. Yeah. Sure. I don't know what that is, but that sounds rad. Yeah. I mean, make sure you communicate, because it wouldn't want it to be like the time in middle school. And he starts saying this a lot louder and like looking over towards Septin. Where you thought everybody could talk inside people's brains, and you started talking to people's brains. People started getting freaked out. Of course, I guess this story is more embarrassing for me, because I thought I was chosen by a god or something. I thought I was going to become a warlock, but it was just Una. So... Not unless you can give me warlock powers, but...
Una considers it for a second.
But, yeah. Alright, no, we'll figure something out. I'd love to... Septin's great. Dude's a real bro. Super cool guy.
I think you'll... Well, I know you want to meet Tether.
Yeah, I
Mushroom.
want to meet Mushroom Girl. Tether's her name.
And then there's also Septin's right-hand dingus, who's the green version of you.
I mean, hey, there's no copying the old Hogarth. Come on.
Very true, very true. You guys would be a very interesting trio.
I'd love to meet him. It sounds fun. Yeah, we'll make our way out there. I mean, yeah. Willow was saying you said we should come live in Kelshar when we graduate. I don't know. Could be fun.
If you want, I'm not telling you.
Hey, man. I mean, I'll miss if we do. I'll miss the surfing. That's for sure. But like, nothing happens here. Living in a city, even if it's like Kelshar, that's cool. I mean, I'm not gonna go live in Duel.
Right. Yeah.
Sick, man. Sure. Well. Oh, you look like you're about to say something. What's up?
No, I'm typing something.
Oh.
Chelsea's typing something.
Well, yeah. I mean, sure. Glad you're back, man. It's been good to hang out with you again. Been hard. It's been a rough couple of months, not gonna lie. But
Yeah.
you know.
Well, what do you mean?
You know, girl trouble. What's new?
Buddy.
Hey, man. I don't know. You were always the person I went to talk about this sort of thing, but now you're, you know.
Yeah.
You're over in Denovan, and what am I supposed to... I talk to Willow? Dude,
Yeah.
she don't want to hear it. But it's alright. I
like,
mean, don't feel bad.
It's just a matter of asking a few questions before you declare you're in a relationship. Just a few.
Well, I mean, I ask
basic-
questions. It's not like I just date people I've never met before. I always know her name.
Okay, maybe add like 5 more questions.
Alright, I'll do 5 more. Sounds good.
And not something you could find out from like asking
Are,
somebody
are
else.
we here for this?
Well, you're like off to the side. You guys are probably all like sitting on chairs as the sun is going down on the beach. Yeah.
John D is showing Septin the fluffy bullet.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous.
Yeah, I mean, okay, fair enough, Una. I don't know, I'm not good at this sort of thing. You're always the person who told me which way to go, but I'll figure it out, I guess.
Like 5 questions.
5. I'll do 5. What sort of questions though? I mean, cause I ask questions. I'm not just like, oh, dude, let's bone. You know, I'm not like I feel like I get to know these. I feel like I get to know these people. There's the face. All right, shouldn't have said it. But I don't know.
Well, Willow mentioned some heartbreak for you or for the.
Well, I don't know. They just. Turns out, you know, I guess maybe I didn't know as much going into it, but these people aren't exactly who they say they are, and they don't necessarily want the same things I want, so it's sort of a bummer. And
You're happy there. Those are the kind of questions. Maybe not like.
You can't just ask somebody like, yeah, I mean, that's tough, man. I don't know.
I know.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. With or without you, private school. And then he like turns back to the little. He turns back and starts like putting up a little fire pit in the middle of your chairs. You guys are gonna do a little marshmallow roasting on the beach tonight. Even though the stars are, it's not really. Normally it'd be a pretty good like stargazing experience, but stars are kind of hard to see. Like you're in Sithmar now. You're in the month of winter. Like they're barely there in the sky. You know, it's a nice night. Willow. You share a blanket, and Hogarth tries to tell scary stories, but he's not very good at it, so it's nice. Yeah. It's a nice last night before Shanti's gotta go.
Before Shanti gets back on the whale wagon.
Yep. Cool.
Send you off.
Yeah, so yeah, morning comes, and you send Shanti off, and Septin can now sleep on a cot, which is actually his size, rather than a couch that doesn't fit him.
Shanti's like backpack looks weirdly overstuffed because he had to fit all of his stuff in there with the bullet.
Yeah, well, the bullet's like head is sticking out of the top, like you can't get that in there.
Septin, you have the ear thing.
Yeah. That would make sense to give to you, Shanti.
Like maybe don't wear it the whole time.
Right. Probably don't make it obvious, but
because like he'll probably know what it is.
Right. Yes.
But if you have a chance to like dip out, be like, I gotta use the bathroom. It's a great way to get out of a tough situation.
If you want to let us know you're okay,
of course.
Yeah.
I'll give him my ear.
Cool. Rad. You stick it in your overstuffed backpack.
Yeah. What are those called specifically again?
I call mine the ear of Talk to Una. But I think it has a real name.
I think Chelsea might have written it down. Because it's in a session that I don't.
Yeah, she is the ear of Talk to Septin.
Yeah.
It's a long, like, military name.
Okay.
Yeah.
But...
Platinum Claw Long Distance Whispers?
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay.
Or something like that. It's not whispers, but... Session 26 was that. 25 was that. Actually, I think it's in my journal here.
I think it was like I was quickly writing it down,
Yeah,
so I just took keywords.
Platinum Claw Long Distance Command Whispers. Yeah.
Cannot edit. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, you head out and make your way on back. When you reach Duel, there is there was a trip at the way station booked for you to Sarduk, to the capital.
Mm-hmm.
And you go along that way. Is there anything that the two of you want to do with the rest of your time here? Just keep hanging?
I forget, was it Nah, you know what? Never mind. There's no way I could get that to work.
No, let's do it. Let's have fun.
I was gonna ask, was it Una's mom or was it Willow who was grilling her about Turn?
It was both. Both of them were.
Both. Okay.
One of them did it in the room, sort of, while you were there. Her mom did.
Right. No, but I don't think Septin would talk to the mom, and I don't think Willow would approach Septin about it.
She definitely would not. Yeah.
Never mind. Because Septin has more knowledge about it, but if no one asks, Septin doesn't share.
Unless Willow told Hogarth.
You know what? She might have. I'm gonna roll for
I was
it.
curious if it would come up during the week.
Do a roll.
She did. I did a Phoenix roll, and she absolutely did. So yeah, I guess probably after Shandi leaves, and you and Hogarth go out for another surf, he's like, yeah, man, I'll be sad to see you go, but take care, Una. Make sure whatever that guy that she likes doesn't hurt her.
We have a confirmation on the guy that she liked?
This turned into such. Sorry, I'm not talking.
Huh? I don't know. Well, that's what Willow said.
Listen. I don't have any proof on a guy that she likes, but I do know she bought him a backpack.
With the green guy?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one that Willow says she likes, so...
Basically, he, lost his backpack. He was real beat up about it.
Ah.
He was, super sad. And then Una was just, out of nowhere, she's like, I got him a new one. She left it without saying who got it, like a secret admirer thing.
Yeah, that's Una.
Very classic Una, from what I can tell.
Oh, yeah. Vintage Una.
So confirmed.
Well, I think. I mean, listen, I don't know. Willow mentioned it when I asked her. She told me to shut up. So I don't know. Talk to Willow. Maybe she knows more. Or Una, I guess, but that might not go well. I don't know.
Really, talking to Willow also won't go well, but I can try it.
Dude, her bark is worse than her bite. She's a good person. She's sweet, really.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, dude. Anytime.
Oh shit, another wave's coming up.
Oh, let's catch it. Yeah, you're out on your boards, just sitting, having this conversation.
Oh yeah, dude. Green guy? Totally. Cool. Yeah.
Cool.
Learning things.
We'll cut to the bad zone real quick. Shandi. Yeah,
bad times.
The bad dinner.
You make your way to Sarduk. You're met in Sarduk by a cadre of his personal bodyguards dressed in the black and yellow. In fact, some of the same people who escorted you to school beforehand. You make your way to the richer part of Sarduk, over to Soul Rift Manor, his estate. It's as you remember it. It's massive, built with austere architecture and obsidian siding. You enter in through the main entryway, which is large, smartly decorated, lavish, but not welcoming. And you're shown to the preparation room. There is a bath that's been drawn up. There's a wardrobe filled with fine clothing. You're not told to change and wash, but you know the expectation.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Eventually, you're shown to the dining area, a place that you've dined, not frequently, but before. It's an intimate, by this mansion standards at least, hall centered around a long but not ostentatious table. The room contains a fire, which is kept alive, though not roaring, and is lit by floating candles that lazily circle the room. There's several exquisite paintings on the wall, and the table itself is a veritable work of art. Resk is not there when you arrive.
I guess I'll just, actually, I should probably wait for him to arrive before seating myself.
There are only 2 chairs, but...
Yeah.
You know it's rude in fine society to sit before the host arrives. You wait for 10 minutes. It's a while before Resk does enter. As he enters in, he says, "My apologies. I had some things to take care of." Oh, just you. Resk is Lord Althea Resk is a gray-skinned tiefling of medium build and great poise. He's a degree younger than he sounds. Looking not a day over 35, though magic may have something to do with it. His black hair is carefully coiffed back, and he has a distinct silvering around his temples. A slender, confident face frames cold, yellow eyes, and his horns crookedly grow upwards from his forehead. A thin scar across his mouth does little to mar his graceful appearance, and his severe cheekbones significantly alter it. He smiles at you and sits at the head of the table. It's a genuine smile, but the warmth does not reach his eyes.
Well, I guess sit opposite him.
You're just on opposite ends of the long table. I'm sorry your friends could not join us.
I'm afraid it was a bit short notice for them.
Very well. Next time, then.
Of course.
And he begins. Well, he waves his hand, and the meal, it's an expensive and decadent 4-course Seleucian meal is brought in. Like, chef's cooking is good, but this is exquisite. He doesn't talk much during the meal. Every now and again, he will offer you a dish, or he'll comment on a piece of art in the room, just like barely trying to make small talk with you until dessert is served. He says, "And would you like the dessert, or are you less of a sweets person?"
That depends on your pleasure, Lord Resk. If you're partaking, then so will I.
I am not to partake. I have a dessert of a different kind awaiting me in the next room, if you'll care to join me. And he stands up, opens the door to an adjacent room. This room, it seems to be a smoking room. There are a couple of chairs, there's smoking jackets hung up on racks, and there's several pipes and cigars around. As he puts on the smoking jacket and lights a pipe, he offers the chair next to him and the pipe sitting next to it, if you'd like it, and he begins to smoke.
I guess, except...
You gonna smoke the pipe?
Yep.
Have you ever smoked a pipe before?
Probably not.
Alright, make a Constitution saving throw.
16.
Not bad. You definitely, it's not pleasant. It sucks. You know, inhaling smoke isn't a fun thing, but you manage to compose yourself well enough that it's not just hacking up a lung the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
He takes a long breath from the pipe and exhales into a ring, and turns to you and says, "Well, if it's just you and me, we need not bother with the pleasantries. Thank you for coming. I understand that we've been at odds, and though your letter left some respect to be desired, your arrival proves to me that you're not an ungrateful cur, let's say. I'd like to build a working relationship from here forward. I understand that it's only natural to see such disrespectful changes in a boy who spent his youth training and studying to be a trial combatant and nothing more, suddenly thrust into this new and strange environment. I myself, when I was your age, felt unwilling to comply with my father's commands. I grew out of it, and I expect you will as well. And I should hope that today is the first day of that growth."
I can only hope that I please you in the future more than I have in the past.
Shanti, it's not difficult. All I ask is you obey my command and not resign your fealty to me. You understand how absurd that is, right? Without me, well, you were an orphan, injured, damaged on the streets. Now, I'm not threatening to send you back there, but I should expect a little respect for the individual in the house that saved you.
Of course.
Now, this isn't supposed to be solely a lecture. I do want to build more of a rapport with you. Trial combatant is what you were training to be, though I see greater things in your future. This Bright Futures program has made sure of that. And for that reason, I should like to build a foundation of trust with you. So in return for peacefully attending this dinner, not causing a fuss, I will offer you an exchange. In action or in information. I know that your guard captain, that Tabaxi, is attempting to root my men out of her guards. She won't be able to do it. But, if you would like, I will remove them for her. Put some trust in your hands, not keep you under constant surveillance, but trust that you will act in a way befitting of the house, in a way that is respectful to my person. Or, if you're more interested, I could tell you a bit more about where you came from before. After all, you must have noticed shifters like you are rare, nearly extinct. Have you ever wondered where you came from?
I can't say I haven't been curious, but I came here to provide a safer environment for those around me. If it's one or the other, I'll accept the removal of the guards.
For now, Shandi, good acts beget good acts. Continue to prove your fealty, do as you're told, and you will be rewarded. The stick clearly did not work, so the carrot it is. And he takes another puff off of his pipe. Very well, it shall be done. You're welcome to stay here until you're needed back in school. Your chambers are as you left them, though if you wish to return, I will find no fault in that.
I may stay another night or two, but I think it would be best if I see myself back as soon as possible.
You know the way. And without another word, he sort of just turns away from you. Continues to smoke his pipe.
So he didn't leave the room. He's still sitting there.
He's sitting there.
I guess I'll just sit there in silence until I've smoked out mine, and then
Cool.
head back to my chambers.
Yeah. He refills his bowl before you. By the time you finish yours, he seems to be staying here for a while. So you head back out over to your chambers. Your fealty pledged. Yeah, I mean that unpleasant aroma, that incense, it does seem to come from that room that you were just in. It's a combination of the tobacco and the other smells burning in that room, and something about it feels stale. But yeah.
And we don't have to like RP in full, but I do want to like just check in with Una and Septin through the
you can do that.
Una talkie ear just to confirm with them that everything is okay.
Yeah, you can check in with Una and let her know that you're alive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. All right, yeah. And you spend a couple more days there before heading back to Kelshar, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And if you arrive early, you might see a bit of a surprise when it comes to turn.
Yep.
But the two of you intend to spend the full time there. Is there anything you guys want to do before you go back?
I want to help just organize and get that nursery ready a bit.
Oh, yeah. You help your dad out. You help with the painting and setting up the crib, which they like sort of had set up. It was a hand-me-down from somebody else, but you managed to like get it operating successfully. And you spend some decent time until, I mean, it's not done by a long shot, but it's definitely looking a lot better than just like piles of baby stuff like it was before. Except anything you want to do before you guys all head back?
No, I don't think so.
Cool.
Something's gonna take it easy. Keep hanging out with the gang.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Finally the day comes when it's time for you guys to head home. Board the whale wagon or just start walking. And they wish you a safe trip, and they let you know that they're gonna come see you soon. Hogarth gives you like massive hug, Septin. He's like super glad Una's got a bro to look out for up north.
You know it, man.
Or I guess back west.
We do the secret himbo handshake.
The secret himbo handshake, you do that.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Willow gives you a long hug, Una, and in your ear she whispers, "Stay safe, for our sakes." Before you head on out, back up towards Duel. Yeah? You look like you're about to say something. Oh.
Sorry.
Sometimes it doesn't pick up what you're saying, so I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, you head back up. Your beach vacation finished. Head back towards Duel, back over to Kelshar, and the trip down to Hagen till you are all reunited next week on Dungeon Party. Woo! Yeah, next week we're all back together. Vacation's done. That was the chillest one by far, even though the spooky shit did happen in the middle there. But yeah, it was great. That's where we're gonna leave it for tonight. We'll catch you next week for some more with the whole cast and my overlay I can use again.
We'll be back.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
But yeah, so thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys so much for playing. If you're not currently playing a game of Dungeons & Dragons, you should, because you can impress an audience with acrobatic feats on stage, and you can't do that in any other game. That is...
Or in real life.
Or in real life.
Doesn't exist.
Impossible.
Can't do it in real life.
Definitely can't do it in real life.
No.
But that's it for us. That's it for D&D.